Labrīt, mīļie viesi! Pēc minūtes mēs esam gatavi.
Good morning. So we will start in a minute. So please take seats.
Have your seats right now, as we are about to start within 1 minute. So thank you for understanding. Thank you. Labrīt, cienījamās.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, the minister, guests. I am really happy to welcome and greet you in this sunny day when we are feeling also the construction works done by Rail Baltica. And I'm happy to introduce the conference Ensuring Good Governance in Local Governments, a Basis for Sustainable Development and Appropriate EU Investments Center of Expertise for Good Governance. Since middle of May this year, Latvia has undertaken for the second time the presidency in the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe, and one of the priorities is good governance in municipalities, and this will also be a central topic in today's conference. Something wrong with sound, but okay, it's fixed. And this conference is organized by the Ministry of Environmental Protection and also the think tank Provedus. And also I would like to remind that this conference is organized by the financial support of technical support of the Council of Europe. And the goal of this conference today is to discuss various aspects of good governance in municipalities' work. So related to the rule of law, participation, efficiency, responsible planning. So all the issues related to municipalities in the whole of our country in Latvia. And municipalities, of course, they know what are challenges and possible solutions, and we will devote time for those topics today, because sharing experience is very important. What one has succeeded in, others can also take. And I would like to remind some technical things related to the conference. The conference is organized in 2 languages, so if you need a translation, possibly from Latvian to English or vice versa, so there is a possibility to get headphones at the entrance.
As we have a conference both languages, Latvian and English.
If we talk about those who are watching us remotely, I believe that behind the screens there are a lot of viewers, and you can watch us in 3 YouTube channels in Latvian, English, and original language without translation. So you can choose in what way you want to watch this conference. About asking questions, I would invite our guests, also those who are watching us online, use the website slido.com, and you can use the language which is the best for you to ask questions.
Use the slido.com application or just the website on your smartphone or tablet in order to have a question. And we would like to have a short Q&A session after the speakers as well.
In order not to get lost in language between languages, you can use the language you are the best at when you're asking questions. And so the conference is divided into 3 parts. So first part will be about municipalities and what is the role of the public to promote municipalities to work as best as possible. In second part, we'll speak about needs and opportunities. There is a very important role played by financial instruments of European Union, and we will discuss about sustainable and responsible attractment of investment and good management of municipalities, because this is important for investors. And in the third part, we will get introduced to the results of survey about municipalities. We will see how well are municipalities governed in our country. 7 municipalities carried out their assessment in line with methodology developed by the Council of Europe. And we will finalize the day with prize giving, and we will give prizes to the municipalities that implemented the initiative of good governance, and their activities are in line with those principles. So this prize giving will be at the end, but now we have to start, and therefore, for the welcoming speech, I would like to ask Mr. Māris Princiks, who is the Minister for Environmental Protection and Regional Development. So today we'll need quite a few of water, because yesterday we watched the ice hockey game. So, good day, dear Excellencies, Mr. Mayors, and also experts, specialists, all who are here. Good governance is something all of us want to achieve. And I believe that the ice hockey game yesterday gave us a very, very good lesson. Actually, all of us felt that Swedes, they were stronger. They played between themselves better. They domineered. Also, when we see how many times they tried to get the goal, and it was in favor for Swedish team. But in the end, the victory was ours. So why did Latvia win? Because our guys, they were passionate, they were cooperating, and they had a sense of team. And I would like to emphasize this word, team, because whatever we are doing, we are working in a team. We feel our neighbors, somebody else standing next to us, and even if we don't see them, we give a pass to them. And this cooperation is something that helps us to achieve great results even in critical situations. One of those critical situations was regaining independence of Latvia. Nobody knew whether we would have enough votes in order to get this. And this is something we have to remember, always remember. Today, when we think about municipalities and about our country, the central word is cooperation and working as united team. Municipalities, they are serving our inhabitants, our communities. They work in favor for our people. And if municipalities take decisions in a way that people around the local community understand those decisions, then there is a feeling that they are moving into one direction. And the same relates also to entrepreneurs. If entrepreneurs understand the policy of the municipality, if it's open and gives equal opportunities, entrepreneurs feel safe there and they invest and they create new jobs, and vice versa. If there are signs that the winners in procurement is known already before, or something else like that, such signals is the first step why investments run away from this place. So it is very important to have transparent environment so that everybody feels equal, that there is also this cooperation. And the same principle also is about cooperation between different levels of power, local power or national or European. Municipalities just experienced the reform of our regional units, and actually, we didn't have a good cooperation. We were not listening to each other. And so a lot has to be remade now. One place, another place, third place. So even efficient results do not give the needed result effect if we haven't cooperated. And just a little bit later, we see that there are so many failures, and we were trying to do everything fast and swiftly, but finally we discovered that much hasn't been done. So for me as a minister is to promote this cooperation between the municipalities and national level, and to create the framework of decision making so that all interested parties and stakeholders are around one table. Right now in Latvia, there are a lot of reforms carried out, for example, of schools, a network of hospitals, and soon we will have also reforms related to the police and civil protection, and various state institutions are rearranging and working and trying to improve their networks in line with today's situation. And these reforms can be done in many ways. For example, somebody from the top can say that in one class at school there has to be this and this number of children. Or it can be the other way. We could look and start mapping of various services offered, and municipality then can also talk with all the stakeholders and try to understand, do we have the public transport, do we have school buses so that we can close down this school and we can take our children to another place. So we have to look for this balance, and very often we lack this balance also in this cooperation between the national level and municipality level. Yes, we have had the dialogue, but it hasn't always been transparent and open. Sometimes it was done through the political parties system. So what does it mean? The political parties that are your friends are friendlier to one municipalities and not so friendly to other. And so my task is to create such rules of games that irrespectively which minister is at power, all the municipalities are clear about the rules of the game. And if we talk about the network of public services, this is our goal. We have to ensure for our inhabitants high quality and also reasonable price services. And this is a common challenge. It doesn't matter whether it's financed from the state or the national level or municipality. There has to be an optimum balance for everything. And if we talk about also about over national level, the Green Deal in Latvian, this is translated a little bit differently. We are saying this is like a green direction. This is in Latvian how we translate it. But it's more a deal. This is not like direction, but this is a deal where we are negotiating. We are looking for the best ways. And so this Green Deal for us means a new governance of environment. And we haven't seen it before. We have seen fighting groups. Some are trying to protect animals and birds and so on, and some are entrepreneurs, and they haven't had proper dialogue so far. They were like hostile against each other. But only in the way if we understand and listen to each other, we can find this balance. And there can't be that there is one truth ministry, is a ministry of truth, whether this is environmental protection ministry or ministry of climate or ministry of agriculture. There is not such a ministry of truth. The truth, we can get to truth when we are discussing many ideas, we are listening to various opinions, and in the end we have to be aware that this is our country. We are in one boat. We have to find our special Latvia's way, how to fulfill those climate goals, how to protect diversity of environment, and how to also ensure life and economy in the regions, because people who are in the regions, they are working using those resources, on resources. So in order to have people living in all our country, and so that it's live with jobs and also with hopes that children can continue their father's work. We have to ensure diversity, that there is a place for birds and animals, but also for people who want to live in the rural areas and to work there. So this is our task. At the national level and municipality level, we have to find strengths and come together, sit around one table. Not that one is kind of imposing their ideas that I know what to do and how to do. It's exactly the opposite. We have to listen to everyone and to find this balance. And therefore, I would like to wish to today's conference to have great discussions, to be successful, to listen to each other and to learn from each other, because only from good examples we get the vision what we could do better in our place. So I wish you a very, very fruitful day, and let us try and strive for excellency in our municipalities and also in ministries, and then our country will succeed. So for the victory.
Paldies Sprindžu kungam, uzreiz teikšu.
Thank you to Mr. Sprindžuks. We didn't expect that people would start using Slido during the opening speeches, and it was not our intention to have the Q&A session right away. You should wait for that for some more minutes. But now we would like to give the floor to Alina Tatarenko, head of the Democratic Governance Division of the Directorate Central of Democracy and Human Dignity of the Council of Europe. Alina is ready to share her ideas during the opening ceremony.
Opening address here on the stage. Sagaidiet ar aplausiem, dāmas un kungi. Alina Tatarenko.
Good morning, and thank you very much, dear Minister, dear participants, dear MPs, members of Parliament. I understand we have many mayors here, local authorities, and it's very nice to see everyone in one place. Also, including our guests, I count from about 15 countries here. We have representatives who work with us in the Council of Europe together. So it is a truly international conference, and we are very honored to be here because this is an opportunity for us to again promote our message about the importance of good democratic governance. You know that one of the most important events of the Council of Europe took place last week. It was the fourth summit of the heads of states and governments of the Council of Europe member states. They all gathered together in Reykjavik, where Latvia assumed the presidency of the Council of Europe. And during this summit, the heads of states adopted the Reykjavik Declaration. And in this Reykjavik Declaration, they committed themselves to work together and protect and promote the three fundamental principles of democracy, rule of law, and human rights, as enshrined in the Statute of the Council of Europe and in the European Convention on Human Rights. They also expressed their full support to Ukraine, and they also committed themselves to strengthening democracy and good governance at all levels of government throughout Europe. So this was one of the main messages of the Reykjavik summit: strengthen democracy, strengthen human rights, strengthen government in order to protect our continent from the backsliding of democracy, from the attacks on democracy that we see happening right now, which means that we cannot no longer take democracy for granted. We need to keep working on it. And this is why the Council of Europe is there to help our member states strengthen good democratic governance. They also, at the Reykjavik summit, adopted the 10 Reykjavik principles for democracy, considering that democracy was the only means to ensure that everyone can live in a peaceful, prosperous, and free society. And these 10 principles are reflected actually in these 12 principles of good democratic governance that were adopted a long time ago by the Council of Europe, and that we are actually also celebrating here today. Because, as you know, later we will have the award ceremony for the municipalities who participated in the ELOJ project. And this project that we implemented together with Providus and with the ministry, to which we are very grateful for their support and for their work, and also participating municipalities. This project allowed the municipalities to check their compliance with these 12 principles and to ensure that they are indeed implementing the good democratic governance in their work. I would like also to mention the report of our Secretary General. She makes regular reports on the state of democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. And this year, in her report, she specifically underlined that there is an urgent need for member states to invest in good democratic governance as a key condition to ensuring peace and prosperity in Europe. And this is why also our committee, we have an intergovernmental committee which is called CDDG, the Committee on Democracy and Governance, where we have representatives from all of the ministries of Council of Europe member states. And this committee develops the standards and the recommendations. So this year we have 4 members of this committee here today between us, from even 5, from Finland, UK, Slovakia, and Lithuania. And they have just finalized a recommendation on the principles of good democratic governance applicable to all levels of government. And this recommendation is now going to the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe, and it should be normally adopted before September. So it will become a legal standard of the Council of Europe, and one of the, I would say, major breakthrough recommendations of the past several years in this area. In order to conclude, I would like to again draw your attention to this poster that we have on the 12 principles. You will see that we use in the, it's a very old medieval fresco from Italy that we are using to illustrate good governance. It is called Good Governance, actually, the effects of good governance. And the Italian painter Lorenzetti, he painted it in Siena, in the city council of Siena. It's called Sala dei Nove. And when the 9 councillors of Siena were coming into the room where they worked and made decisions, in front of them there was this fresco which said, which was about good governance, where you see a beautiful town and people dancing and shops are open and everything looks good and beautiful. And on the other side of the wall there is another fresco which is called The Effects of Bad Governance. And there you have war and ruin and dead people. And this was done specifically to remind these city councillors about how much is at stake every time they make a decision, when they govern, when they deliver governance and they work with their citizens. There is so much at stake when there is so big difference between delivering good governance and bad governance. And this is why we have this fresco, and this is why I would like to keep reminding you, and so that you could keep reminding yourself how important is your work and how important it is to ensure that we have good democratic governance in our member states. Thank you.
Paldies Alinai Tatarenko.
Thank you to Ms. Alina Tatarenko. And now I would like to give the floor to the next opening speech. Give the floor to Iveta Kažoka, Director of Center for Public Policy Providus, who has been taking important notes since the very beginning of this event. Probably she has to say quite a lot, because Providus actually works with good governance principles. Thank you for these nice words, dear participants, dear guests. When I thought how to address you, I spoke with a good friend of mine. I asked him, what don't you understand about good governance? Because when you work with these issues for quite a while, everything seems so clear. And he asked me, is good governance just empty words, just empty declaration without any content? Honestly, I couldn't answer his question right away. I thought about it for a while, and then I understood that for me it's much easier to tell what is bad governance than to tell what is good governance. Because we face bad governance even physically when we arrive at a specific municipality, when we see how the traffic is organized there, how people feel there. Currently, we know what bad governance means when, let's say, a municipality doesn't offer any e-services. There are also corruption scandals, other scandals. There are problems with codes of ethics. Bad governance is something that the people speak about on a daily basis. So we don't have to prove to anyone, to teach anyone how to recognize bad governance. But how can we make these defects into effects? How we can look into the future? This is a much bigger challenge. And due to this, our conference will focus on the best examples on what the municipalities can do to plan their development in a more inclusive, smarter way and in compliance with the good governance principles. We have started working with this topic maybe just 6 years ago when we just started focusing on municipalities, and we dealt with a narrow range of topics. And 2 years ago, we understood that we need to do more, and we started looking at the transparency issues. And now, with the support of the Council of Europe, we try to look at other good governance dimensions, as was just told by our colleague Alina. Sometimes I'm asked, how can you tell which municipality has good governance and which has bad governance? Because if the municipality is rich, there is a lot of investment, doesn't it prove good governance outright? And the answer is that they are not related. Sometimes yes, but not always. Because quite often the wealth actually can be attributed to what was done by the previous councillors, or maybe just good geographical location. Then I am asked, maybe a sign of good governance is that people keep voting for the same parties. And then I can say sometimes yes, but quite often no, because people may be so unwilling to try that they have just given up. Or it can also happen that there are just no political competition in the municipality. I think good governance can be demonstrated by a complicated set of elements. The Council of Europe offers 12 such elements. I think it is not an explanation per se, but these factors are very, very important. And due to this, I'm very happy about the Latvian municipalities who have started their self-assessment process, who have attempted to understand how they can improve, because there are just two ways to arrive at good governance. The first way is when someone asks you to do that, and this asker, this demanding party can be ministry, NGOs, journalists, international pressure, or whatever. But I think a better way is when the municipality understands its strengths and its weaknesses. This process that was already mentioned by the representative of the Council of Europe was started by 12 municipalities in Latvia, and we are very happy that 12 municipalities were ready to do that. We thought that the number would be smaller. 7 completed this procedure, and they will receive a quality mark, a quality sign from the Council of Europe. I think this is a huge recognition of their efforts, but I think the most valuable was the process, the self-evaluation process that they did and what they understood about themselves. And sometimes these ideas were that we actually didn't even imagine that some processes have been so well regulated at our municipality, which was quite surprising because in Latvia people tend not to praise themselves. But maybe we should. And that applies to hockey as well as to municipalities. And these municipalities have also understood what they still need to do to improve themselves. Thus, I really hope that during this conference, these municipalities and other experts will share their best practices. I would like to say thank you once more to those courageous municipalities who dared to make this first step. I hope that more municipalities will join in the future. And my huge appreciation to the Ministry of Environment and Regional Development, and thank you to our international partners for making these discussions possible. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Kažoka. And to continue our conference, let us begin with an introductory presentation. Now I would like to give the floor to Juris Jansons, the Ombudsman of Latvia, with presentations, the scope and role of good governance in local government. And this will be a good preceding presentation before our panel discussion.
Good morning, Mr. Minister, dear ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to speak about one technical issue. Please give me a bit more time because 13 minutes, it's not enough. But thank you for invitation to this conference and this opportunity to speak about good governance and its role in municipalities. I can speak for 13 minutes and for hours and for weeks and get to good conclusions and discussions. But today I will manage in about 17 minutes what I would like to say from the Ombudsman's office. When I was preparing this speech, me and my colleagues, we asked the question, so what is the principle of good governance? Because it is very often used in various rhetorics, and what is it, in fact? So from the one side, it's self-explanatory. So we can identify with specific signs. So there is a total openness in the meetings of the municipality, zero tolerance for corruption and conflicts of interest. This is also a culture of municipality and principle of good governance. But on the other hand, this principle is unclear, has various angles, and therefore is quite complicated. So the question is how to understand it, and we have to look at various understandings and definitions and look at those various angles and to understand whether this it is really so complex. So good governance is a very broad term which is very often used in today's world. For example, when you see some mistakes in this governance, then it is said that it's not in line with good governance. This is a very broad term that in today's fast-changing world is always mentioned when we see some mistake, that it's not in line with good governance. Although in our constitution, the principle of good governance is not included. And also the Constitution Court decided that from the first article of our constitution, we can derive this principle of good governance. And always when we have discussions about some issues, very often it's said that this first article includes almost everything. And so we can derive from this first article that this constitutional value is assigned to good governance. And I will speak about it also later, talking about some case law from the Constitutional Court. And so therefore, municipalities are obliged to ensure good governance as a basic right for their people who live in the community. And let us look in the theoretical framework. And I would like to offer to you three understandings, three notions of good governance. So the first is that principle of good governance is as a strategic management principle. And Ineta Ziemele, who is the EU Court's Justice, spoke about it in the Congress of Judges. And she said that good governance is the total of ideas related to responsibility, competence, transparency, also working in line with human rights and rule of law. This is something that most people expect from their governors. Good governance is a framework where entrepreneurship can flourish and economic welfare can be ensured. So in other words, when municipalities implement human rights, they create environment for everyone, every human's initiative and their activities, also promoting the democracy and rule of law culture in the whole country. Ineta Reinhold, who is a professor of University of Latvia, she notes that this good governance principles are seen when we try to make some processes more effective, when we are looking for new innovative methods which to use. And professor says that a better definition is smart governance. And that means the comprehensive cooperation of public power in order to find the best solution. If we talk about municipalities, we can speak about cases when a complex cooperation of municipal institutions are necessary. For example, in order to implement the civil protection plan or to develop some political documents. As a good example, I could mention Saldus County Municipality. This is just one example, but I believe there are several more. So they have a job for energy manager. They have developed sustainable plan 2020-2030 for energy management. And this municipality has also set several priorities. For example, as a high priority, they have set the continuous improvement of energy management. Also, implementing green principles in the municipality. Also improving the heating efficiency. As a medium priority is improving efficiency of street lighting and reconstruction of existing heating provision objects, development of mobility plans, and various other activities to adjust to climate changes. So, what do I see here? I see strategic vision. That has to be seen in every activity of municipalities. And it is important for the heads of municipality to know those principles and implement them. And also, the public have rights to know what kind of municipality they will have in the future. Second idea is that good governance is like a good management. And it is very often called also the style of good governance. So this type of understanding talks about organization of work of municipalities. So in English, the term good governance is used. And what is important here, openness and participation, also reacting to needs of their citizens, transparency, efficiency, simplifying the processes and harmonization of processes. It is very important to note that this understanding relates both to the public and private sector. those priorities we can see and implement in corporate management, in education, healthcare, and other systems. It is very important to say that if we speak about these elements in municipalities, it is important to ask a question whether this red tape in the regulation of municipalities is in line with good governance. Can it be considered as reacting to the current needs of their population? I believe it's not like that. So therefore, when we are developing these regulations and documents of municipality, we have to think about good governance principles. Is it a good example that a municipality doesn't have a code of ethics? We know that to establish and to document the principles of good ethics and code of conduct is important, not only for municipalities, but for all institutions. We know that there are some municipalities who have this code of ethics and they consider it is needed. And a little bit ironically, I didn't want to speak about it, but I will speak about it. So recent events in Ogre municipality is in line with non-existence of the code of ethics. Or this is one of the reasons why things like that happened over there. And of course, in this conference, I will not be able to speak about all the priorities, but also I wanted to speak about participation, element of participation. So it means that public is involved in the processes, in developing processes, and also ensuring implementation. To make sure that the development planning documents are meaningful and there is ensured the meaningful communication with the public. So the policy that is discussed and development plans that are discussed in the public. And I would say that in the decision of the Constitutional Court in 2020, there is this notion of participation. It is related to the Ixchile municipality and their way how they organized this participation of their citizens was not in line with our constitution. Number 3, the principle of good governance as the administrative right principles. It is as an aspect of management principles, how it is related to the management of the country. In English, we have the term good administration. So good governance as administrative rights principle sets the basic rules for activities of municipalities. So this is binding for internal organization of municipalities and state institutions. It means that there has to be a reasonable deadlines in public institutions, and there can't be a situation that a municipality, for example, requests some kind of question and answer to this question, and ministry doesn't provide it. For example, in Saukurasti municipality, they sent a question about to the Ministry of Environmental Affairs about some project implemented in their municipality. And did the Ministry of Environmental Protection really worked in line with the good governance principle? This is a historic situation. Unfortunately, only when the Prosecutor General ordered the ministry to give the answer, to provide the answer to the municipality. So before that, the Ombudsman's office requested it, and also our government representatives. But some reaction followed only after the Prosecutor General intervention. And next idea I wanted to speak about is about relationship with with natural persons. We speak about the rule of law, the interests of public, the simplifying of procedures, improvement of activities, and ensuring the value of services, efficiency. All this is elements of good governance. In a narrower sense, this principle is regulating directly relationship with natural persons. And that has to be taken into account in this public and legal relationship. Also, explanation of the Charter of Good Governance, Article 40, says that everyone has rights for good governance. So they have rights to receive answers to their questions posed to the municipality in a reasonable time. They have rights also to get to know the case materials, also justified decision, also rights for remuneration of losses. Good governance principle is also included in our state administration law, Article 10, that there has to be openness towards the public and natural persons, and also providing necessary support and answers in a reasonable time. Article 10 of state governance law doesn't have a very good explanation. So in order to understand the framework of good governance, all the principles that are included in Article 10 have to be included. And then, of course, we have to understand that all the time this understanding is developed. So good governance principle requests each situation to assess individually and in scrutiny. And so before making a decision, a question has to be asked: how to act better, how to do so it's better for a person, for whom a municipality exists. Also, my task as an ombudsman is to check and assess whether municipalities work in line with the principle of good governance and also promote implementation of it. Every year we receive more than 300 applications about violations of good governance principle. Whether it's a lot or not a lot, we can discuss about it, because I believe this is just the beginning. Our public has just recently been aware what they can expect from municipalities and what they can request from them, so that they would protect their interests. But we are assessing those applications about some activities of municipality employees that are sent to us. And from our side, I would say that good governance is a part of a daily work for each employee in the municipality. So it means that municipality don't have their own interests. They work for the interests of their public and everyone who lives in their territory. And I would like to also give some examples from experience in previous years. So in 2022, we discovered that in Saukrasti municipalities, a municipal police put administrative fine to people who hadn't paid for a parking lot. But this was actually a civil liability. An administrative liability in this case was wrong. Or also in other situations, for example, in Jurmala municipality, there has to be a certain pass in order to enter the territory. And again, the municipal police didn't work in line with the good governance principle, because only some documents, part of the documents was sent to this natural person requesting to receive this punishment. And also other municipality during remote meetings didn't work in line with good governance, and they didn't include discussions between making decision, and they didn't allow our public and our citizens to participate in discussion and later also impact the decision making. In Dobele municipality, there was alienation of apartments because they hadn't paid some bills. And in the beginning, municipality requested assessment of the value of this apartment, and in the beginning there was a one price, and afterwards there was a different price. So people considered that these activities of municipality were not in line in good governance. There has to be a fair and motivated and professional employee. Also in Viljaka municipality, there was ignorance of rule of law. And that was due to the lack of professionality of the former head of the municipality, incompetency of employees, and also protectionism, which wasn't justified in that situation. Also in Riga municipality, there was a situation where the acting heads and there were a lot of employees working as an acting managers, but there wasn't organized the competition. There wasn't organized the process where new employees would be hired, and so that there would be permanent employees. Then there was also mobbing and bossing, and the head of municipalities didn't react to complaints of employees and also didn't intervene in individual conflicts. Employers have to be competent in solving each conflict situation with high competence and tolerance. So I issued recommendations for municipalities in order to avoid such bad governance in the future. And very often it doesn't request a lot of financial means. Each employee has to work in the best conscience and also admit their mistakes if they have made them. And I believe and I know that many of you work in line with the principles of good governance. And I really believe that this conference will convince us that good governance is one of the parts and one of the principles which come along with democracy and human rights. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Jansons, for this insight in the case law. I think it is very useful. Thank you. And now we will continue our conference with the first panel discussion. And during this discussion, we will speak about the rule of law, sound financial management, and public participation in local governments. I would like to remind all the participants, both who are here in person and who watch us online, please use slido.com, use the hashtag #varumprovidus to ask questions. And this is the easiest way to ask questions, and I think that will enrich our discussion. But now I would like to invite our panelist, Sherman Smith. Please welcome. please join us on the stage. Let us welcome our first panelist. I would also like to invite Ilze Oša. I will also be happy to invite Oskars Erdmanis, Līga Stafecka, and Gunārs Ansiņš, who is also invited to join the panelists. So, the procedure will be quite simple. First, we will allow the panelists to come forward with their opinions and their ideas. They'll tell about their thoughts about good governance in the context of local governments. I will give the floor to Sean Smith, who is from the UK government, Deputy Head of Governance Reform and Democracy Unit, Department for Communities and Local Governments. I believe this could be a good intro opinion for our panel discussion because it applies or it will pertain to international governance standards. Please, the floor goes to you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the warm welcome. I'm really pleased to be here. I've never been to Riga before. I arrived yesterday evening, and I will now assume that Latvia is in a constant state of celebration and victory, which I'm sure is true. So, ensuring the rule of law in local government, principles for oversight and supervision, and I'd like to begin where all discussions on local government should begin. Let me just make the gadget work. There we go. With a quote from the Charter of Local Self-Government, of course. So local authorities have the right and ability within the limits of the law to regulate and manage a substantial share of public affairs under their own responsibilities and in the interest of the local population. Well-accepted concept, which I'm sure we're all familiar with, will agree with. But in what context are local authorities carrying out their responsibilities? Because local government faces all kinds of challenges in current times. We see the struggles that local government have with the economic climate, economic changes, but there are good sides to that because the pressure to achieve efficiencies means that local government's at the forefront of innovation, and we can see that innovation and efficiency savings can often unlock transformation opportunities as well, transformation of public services. So we see services changing, another challenge for local government. The expectations of citizens of their services is changing, and that can be driven by issues around migration or an aging population. And local government, of course, is so well placed to respond to those specific local needs, because they have this sense of leadership of place, and they have that understanding of how local needs play out against national priorities. And local government, of course, is directly, democratically elected by their communities and accountable in the first place to their communities at the ballot box. So there is that question of, is there a place for supervision? How far should it go? Well, of course, yes, there is a place for supervision, and I'll turn to another Council of Europe text, the recommendation on supervision, which points out that authorities become accountable not just to their citizens, but in the management of public affairs also to the state. And there are benefits, aren't there, to supervision. It can counter some of the risks of decentralization. So that's concerns around issues such as corruption or waste of resource, or concerns around the capacity to carry out good quality public services. And also supervision can help to facilitate a reconciliation between priorities of local communities and also national priorities. But how should supervision be carried out? Well, in the first instance, it should be set out in a regulatory framework. And elements of this might be set out in statute. Elements may be in a constitution. In the UK, we do not have a written constitution, but in many states, it will be set out in constitution. And elements may be set out in policies or statements of central government, and likely, actually, a combination of all three sets out the framework for supervision to be carried out. And in a very crude sense, for the sake of this short presentation, activities for supervision can be grouped into three sorts of activities: monitoring, support activities, and then intervention. And across all of these types of activities, there are two fundamental principles that we can look at how they play out in practice. And those are the principles of proportionality and autonomy. So in practice, what does that mean for monitoring? Well, of course, effective monitoring depends on having good quality information available. And that's not just financial information, which, yes, is very important, but that's also data about service provision, data about outcomes for people, for citizens, and also information available around the decisions that are taken, how they're taken, who they're taken by, and openness around that process. There's also a role for independent bodies, such as an ombudsman, who will carry out assessments on issues and publish opinions on those. But it's important to reflect on proportionality here, because any centrally driven effort to monitor, collect information, collect data from local government needs to really be proportionate, mustn't overwhelm local authorities, otherwise they'll be completely distracted from their core purpose to deliver quality services. And the system should also reflect the autonomy of local government. Local government has a role in monitoring itself as well. There can be politically led, cross-party, politically led scrutiny functions within local government, which enables that challenge and that openness to take place to monitor decisions being made. And then, of course, there's the role of internal audit and external audit, and possibly call-in powers to examine the kinds of decisions that are made, which may be held at the local level, also at the central level, to assess decisions, whether they're being made in the broader public interest. But what if monitoring reveals a problem? Well, then there are mechanisms for support within a supervision framework. Those may be flexibilities around financial issues. It may be a matter of bringing in expertise, staff expertise on specific issues. And associations for local government can play a really key role here in providing, facilitating peer-level support across local government. But in all cases, support mechanisms in supervision should be aiming to support local authorities to restore themselves to their full capacity. Shouldn't be overtaking the decision-making and the functions which sit rightly with the local authority. I'd also emphasise here the importance of providing training, providing development opportunities for council members, because this helps drive up the quality of self-monitoring that a local authority can carry out. You drive up that ability to monitor themselves, it reduces the need for further support down the line, and then also when that fails, reduces the need for the most severe type of supervision, which is, of course, mechanisms for intervention. And intervention, no one would disagree, is intrusive on the autonomy of local government. As an authority is taking over powers which belong at a different level, and therefore it should be very limited. The conditions should be clearly stipulated, and there should be mechanisms for oversight within that. These are temporary measures, and again, they should aim to support a local authority to take back its place in exercising its full functions. Some of the sort of methods of intervention might be directives on specific issues, or appointment of commissioner-type persons to carry out specific functions, or even to take on some functions of the local government. Most intrusive is the suspension or dismissal of democratically elected councils, and in such a case, this supervision recommendation makes it very clear that this needs to be limited. The grounds for it must be very clear. There should be some kind of independent oversight of that. So in some states where they have this mechanism, Parliament has some kind of role in that decision. And that's really important. These restrictions are really important to prevent misuse, to prevent abuse, with the aim of restoring a fully elected council as soon as possible. So to illustrate some of the dynamics between this local central supervision system, I'll give an example for the UK. We don't have time for all of them, but I'll just draw on the picture in the middle at the top there, this beautiful coastal rural site in Cumbria in the north of England, better known to many as the Lake District, a very beautiful part of the world, but for the people who live there, remote, lack of jobs, difficult to travel because of the natural geography of the area. So the council were elected on a mandate to improve the local economy, to create new jobs. And they, within their functions for planning permission, gave planning permission to create a coal mine on this spot. I mean, you think that sounds like something from an era long ago. Coal mines, new coal mines are not really something that you hear about being approved very often. Obviously, there was huge controversy about this. Controversy about, what's the impact going to be on the climate? This is not the road we should be going down. And this controversy led to this decision being taken by that council within their functions, being called in. So ministers in the UK have a power set out within regulations to be able to call in certain decisions. And ministers asked for an assessment to be made of this decision. But it wasn't unpicking the decision that had been taken by the council, because that would be on a question of legality. There was no question of the legality of their ability to take that decision. They had powers to do so. The question was about the compatibility of this decision with other issues, with national climate targets, with international climate targets. And the Secretary of State considered the evidence on this, called in an independent viewpoint from an inspector. And then the eventual decision, whether he considered that right or wrong, was that he was satisfied there was a market for this coal, and that there would be continued progress to net zero targets. And so the local decision was upheld within the context of those national priorities. And there were ongoing challenges brought to the High Court to review the legality of those decisions that had been made along the process, but the High Court actually rejected the judicial review request, and the decisions at the moment stand. So what does this example illustrate to us? Well, in the balance of a system across a state, so supervision, we accept, is necessary, but those powers should be regulated so that misuse doesn't undermine local autonomy. And then this depends also on there being an independent judiciary, and that there is respect for the rule of law. And also getting it right doesn't mean that there won't be any controversy. There will be controversy, and this is a sign that the checks and the balances across the system are working. These issues are being brought forward, and they're in the open, and a way forward can be found. So getting it right is about finding that way forward, but doing it in a way that's proportionate, engages with all the issues and all the concerns, and then the end result is that the decision, the way forward, is in the best interests of the citizens. It considers local, it considers national priorities, but that the decisions made along the way are made by those who are democratically elected, by the citizens that they serve. And I think I'll stop there.
Thank you for sharing your expertise and knowledge on that. Un jāsaka, šī prezentācija, protams, bija
I have to say that this presentation was very good as an introduction, telling about the wish to maintain independence, but at the same time making sure that the rule of law is upheld. But now I will give the floor to the next panelist, which can be done while you sit. Ms. Smith chose to stand at the podium, but you can also keep sitting. And now I would like to give the floor to Ilse Osha, Deputy State Secretary on Regional Development at Ministry of Environmental Protection and Regional Development. She will speak more about the municipal law and about new tools and opportunities. Please, the floor goes to you. And if you need, I can also give a clicker.
Thank you. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues. First of all, I would like to express my satisfaction for this opportunity to speak to you within the presidency of the Council of Europe. And for Latvia, it is the second time, and one of the priorities, like you heard already today, is democracy and the rule of law and strengthening of it. And also the implementation of good governance is the cornerstone of the rule of law and democracy. And this is investment of municipality and national level to ensure the growth of civic society. So this is our joint efforts. So therefore, we are very happy that in Latvia, first time, we have implemented the initiative of the Council of Europe about the sign of excellency, which is devoted for strengthening the good governance in municipalities. And from our side, together with NGOs and experts, we have done a lot of work in the previous period in order to prepare the new municipal law that came into force in January the 1st this year. And here we have offered several instruments that promote good governance, the instruments that promote participation, efficiency, openness, transparency, skills, and also competent financial management. Those are the principles that were assessed by municipalities themselves when they were participating in this European initiative. And about this rule of municipalities is my presentation. So I will speak about this rule on municipalities in this presentation. So there are three types of instruments. First is the instrument how to inform and involve the public. And second is the autonomous function priority principle, giving opportunities to the citizens to do some voluntarily activities, and also new tools how to involve public for more efficient dialogue with municipalities. And about this last one, this we have not taken from experience of other countries, but those are instruments that were implemented by our municipalities. And so they worked very well, and we saw that we can offer them in legislation as opportunity and initiative for all municipalities in Latvia, so that involvement of public and communication and good governance is strengthened in each territory where we live. And a little bit more about each of those instruments. So I will start with the transparency of municipalities' work. So the municipal law demands consultations with the citizens and public. So they have rights and also obligation to organize consultations with inhabitants, also organizing committees, thus allowing for citizens to discuss with municipalities the issues that are important for them. The protocols of those meetings are made, and also the results of those meetings are available to the public. As a next activity where municipality and citizens can participate is digital opportunities, possibilities to see what decisions, what voting was done in municipalities, what is the agenda for the meetings of municipality, and also to be able to see and review the protocols and decisions, and also ability to participate online in the meetings of the city or municipality councils, and to see the process of decision-making. One of the documents that municipalities are developing for solving local needs are the binding regulations, so related to the interests and needs of local inhabitants, how to solve their daily issues. And so this is a local regulation intended to solve those daily issues. And during development of this law, we understood that not always the citizens of a certain municipality know how those documents are made and why they are made and what is their fiscal impact and impact on entrepreneurship and competitiveness, also on the proportionality of costs and budget. And also citizens don't know, or sometimes they have not expressed their opinion. The public have not expressed opinion in making and designing those, drafting those documents and approving. We know that public opinion has to be analyzed, and the municipality have to listen to their citizens, but not often this is done. Of course, we can say that in several municipalities there was an excellent involvement, and those are the positive examples. And we believe that this type of experience has to be implemented in all municipalities, and therefore we included this in law. So these regulations with also explanations that would help us to understand what is the goal and what kind of issue is solved in this regulations. And finally, also public discussions about necessity of drafting those regulations and participation. This is very essential if we look in line with the next topic. Would citizens of municipality involve only when certain documents are drafted and discussed, or on a daily basis? So yes, this involvement has to be on a daily basis when there are some topical issues and some issues related to the local territory discussed. We also know that during drafting this law, but the president of the state expressed his opinion that such citizen councils has to be in every municipality, so citizens can also make decisions related to the offers and possibilities of culture and opportunities to develop entrepreneurship in their local territory. So therefore, these citizen and inhabitants councils is a new instrument. In cooperation with Providus, we also have created a methodological instrument, how to promote, how to support those inhabitant councils in each municipality. And next instrument is a collective application, because very often if you are alone and try to achieve something, you cannot do it. It's impossible. But when there are many people together, then their voice can be heard, and therefore we have included this instrument in our law that citizens, inhabitants can turn to their municipality with some topical issue they would like to be discussed in the next meeting. But next, what participation can we talk about if there is no funding for it? The next instrument we have included is related to finances. So some municipalities had the participation budget already before, but since 2025, this will be mandatory for all municipalities. So this budget to ensure that inhabitants can participate in decision-making to make the environment around them more pleasant and better for their life. And the last is public discussion. This is one of the initiatives from municipality that local inhabitants, they can assess, discuss various situations. For example, municipality, for example, wants to close down some school or a library, and then there is a public discussion organized. This is one of the instruments that municipal law includes and has in relation to these situations where everybody can participate. And in the end, I would like to say that hard work, risk-taking, persistence, and also our wish to improve is very important, and I cannot mention yesterday's ice hockey game where our team managed to win the strong Sweden and get further. And so today we will have an opportunity to listen to the success stories from our municipalities, and I hope that we will believe that we are able to achieve things, that we have success stories, and we are proud of it. So therefore, I would like you to share this good experience and for others to get inspiration, and I wish for all of you successful work. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mrs. Ursche. I don't know ice hockey so well, but I believe that we got into the quarterfinal, but you already were speaking about semifinal. But I hope that it will happen. Anyway, you are already having high hopes. Okay, the next participant of our panel discussion is Oskars Erdmanis, who is representing the State Audit Office of the Republic of Latvia. I will not mention the title of his post. He is representing, he is the head of the third sector for the 5th Audit Department, which sounds quite weird. But we would like to listen to your experience from the point of view of the State Audit Office, how our municipalities look like. Because in the public area, I've heard that the State Audit Office audits is like being in a storm. Yes, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Today I will speak about the contribution of the State Audit Office in ensuring the good governance principles in the municipalities. I must say that the State Audit Office has been working with municipalities already for quite a time. It's already been 10 years, and we have developed a methodology of auditing. Those methods have developed also in the world. So I will tell about the newest tendencies and opportunities that the highest auditing office has and what it can give to municipalities. Let us not focus on things we had in the past, but let us look into the future, what we can do and achieve in this relation. The new strategy, which was approved into State Audit Office, determines that our goal is the honest and the management of municipalities considering the rule of law and working for the best interests of their citizens. So what about the State Audit Office? This is not a floating ship somewhere in the ocean, but we are working together with organizations in the world that developing standards how to organize those audits, and those standards stipulate that audits of the higher institutions promote good governance. For those higher auditing institutions, there are also regional levels and national levels. And since 2016 in Eurosab, there is also task force for municipality audit. And in 2016, we participated in the founding of this task force. So it means that municipalities in the Republic of Latvia have an opportunity to receive independent and high-quality audits in line with the best practice and newest standards. About types of audits in municipalities. So first of all, this is financial audits, the compliance audits, and what is most important type related to the issues of efficiency in line with those 12 principles is efficiency audits, where we assess effectiveness and productivity aspects. As I said before, I will speak about two principles. One is productivity and efficiency, and principle number 10, also the principle of competent financial management. And we have various terms used in our documents, but our documents are in line with international standards. So efficiency, those are activities, how we achieve the result, and productivity, so it's about resources and result. So right now, it's been 10 years since we do this efficiency and productivity audits in municipalities, and I can say that municipalities have done a lot. They have done huge works in this time. But of course, we can say that still there is a room for improvement to ensure better results, more productive, more efficient results. And here I would like to express gratitude to our cooperation partners, because many of you who are sitting here in this room, we have cooperated in audits, and also we have had exchange of opinions when we were drafting some laws, and also we have cooperated with Providus and all other institutions and organizations. And today, a little bit about some challenges, what we could improve in work of municipalities. So from our point of view of the state audits, what we need to improve. So first of all, we have to assess the area and aspect of working in line with needs and interests of inhabitants. Second is cost analysis, and the third one is internal control system. As to cost analysis, here the central core is to gain and get enough information to make financially reasonable decisions that are at the best interest of the local inhabitants. And this is also the angle, the interests of local people is the angle through which we assess this cost analysis aspect, so that the goal is achieved not just for the sake of achieving the goal, but that would it also ensure improvement for meeting the needs of local inhabitants. As to involvement of local citizens, we have achieved very good progress in involvement of local citizens in planning, also involvement in developing some solutions. We would need to improve communication, and also probably we would need to improve getting feedback from the local people. As to the cost analysis and aspects of costs, there are two things. First is financial accountancy that is demanded by the regulations, and also second one is the management accountancy, which is not demanded in the law. But we cannot imagine a sound financial management which is in line with development, planning, and efficiency if there is no management accountancy. So this is a decision of the head of the structural unit of the institution to carry out this management accountancy related to various areas. And information about costs, why it is needed. On the one hand, it demands resources, but what profit does it give? I would say that if we talk about resources, today's software gives us opportunity to do it in quite a good way, and you need to implement this system just for once, and then you have this great system for your further work. So, like I said, these financial registration and financial system as a registration system is quite good in our municipalities, but the problem is with maybe this united system in the country. And the third challenge I wanted to speak about is the internal control system in municipalities. Because in line with the new law, since 2024, this function will be mandatory for all municipalities. And I wanted to draw your attention to two things. So there will be internal auditor working for each municipality, but they will not solve all the problem, or they will not ensure all the system. There has to be a set of various measures to implement the system of internal control. There has to be various angles and various measures. We see that right now in 18 municipalities there is no internal control the system or set of measures, and in this almost the same number there is already this internal control system. And the best model that we recommend is a COSO model. And in the end, I would like to express gratitude to the municipalities who participated in the project and assessed themselves, because this is a precondition for developing the system. And sometimes municipalities are a little bit reluctant how it would improve the situation, but I am grateful for municipalities who really devote this for their strength and activities. Thank you very much for this presentation. We get some questions in Slido. We will answer them later, but I will answer to the first question. Would presentations be available? Yes, they will be available. You will receive the link to the storage place where they are saved. And next, our speaker is Mrs. Liga Stafetska, who is representing Providus, and today she will not only speak about involvement of public in local governments, but also about the supervision.
Thank you and good morning. I think today we can use hockey terminology, and I'll speak about the sixth team member, namely the fans, and seeing how our fans behave, how much they support our team. There is no doubt how important these events have been and how important this support has been, and the team has always underlined this. And what life we would have if our citizens would come to the municipality and behave like real fans. Today, we can speak about the public participation in many contexts, and I'm not the first to speak about this. But I chose to look at them in society, considering its many roles, since it is very important. I see that municipalities focus on separate aspects, but I wanted to demonstrate that we are quite varied, and I wanted to outline how much we can do to strengthen our local governments. And I will also offer a new definition of good governance, since I found the simplest of definitions. I was inspired by Abraham Lincoln. A local government governed well is a local government that is governed together with the local inhabitants and for their benefits. And this is our ultimate goal, to make our people happy. And speaking about the role of people and the role of the public, I wanted to single out three most important roles that we can easily recognize. Of course, this list could be longer, but I would like to underline the customer's roles, the voter's role. We could also speak about the taxpayer's roles and the beneficial owner's role and many others. But these roles are very important in terms of good governance. Of course, it is important to provide all the basic services, and all inhabitants are our customers from the moment they are born. And they can approach the local government with various issues, and there are very clear administrative rules how this cooperation takes place. And this is a time when the people can make a decision whether the local government functions well, whether it's worth paying taxes, do I benefit from this in any way? And this is very important because this eventually forms specific opinion about the local government. And for the local government, customer satisfaction is also very important. The second important area, which is more complicated, is the partnership area. This area is most difficult to see. Of course, people have specific opinions what takes place in municipalities, and there are also various rules, development strategies, and so on. And it is just logical that people should be a part of these decision-making processes, and that the local governments would see their people as partners, just, for example, to see what they need and what is the best way to achieve that. Maybe an NGO can be involved to gather these opinions. These organizations often have enormous experience in social area. They can help to solve specific aspects. Maybe there are people who are never involved, and then these organizations can reach them. Since for you as a municipality, it's very important to know what people think. Yes, partnership role is quite critical. It's quite difficult sometimes to understand how to organize these processes. But I would say it's just logical that, or just vital that local governments should see their people as partners, at least for the most important decisions. Third, would mostly pertain to communication between the employees of the local government and the voters, as well as the interaction between the voters and candidates. We tend to remember about voters once per 4 years, just before the elections, but a responsible voter should be active also in between the elections. There are many things that voters can do. For example, they can monitor local activities, legality, efficiency, can ask angry questions, why things, let's say, are not done, how the municipality works. So we should maintain this air of responsibility. And also the local councillors are very important here because they are also responsible. They have to meet the voters, their electorates. They have to be a part of the planning process. We should avoid situations the situations when these meetings are quite well attended, quite often attended by municipal employees, but there are no local councillors. If I think myself about how often I become a customer, of course I use schools, I use maybe some other facilities, but very rarely I need to directly approach the local government. But quite often I act as a cooperation partner, and I also vote in elections. And if we look at how the local governments treat the societies, and we see that this voter role, this customer role is quite well recognized because local governments are interested in attracting young families, in attracting children. But That is quite visible outright, but good planning practices are not so visible, and it's more difficult to recognize them. Speaking about opportunities and what the local people can do, I think in Latvia we have reached quite a high level in this regard. In the previous presentation, we spoke about the law, and it's difficult for me to imagine what else we would be lacking for the people to become active in this local political life. I know that there are customer satisfaction surveys at local governments, and also cooperation partners are involved. There are many tools and instruments that can be used for this purpose. Ms. Osha already outlined them. Also, in between the elections, responsible citizens can really do quite a lot. And I think the most powerful tool that can be used also during conflicts is the local referenda, which is the most powerful tool that voters can use to affect the local government and its operations in between the elections. I suspect that this tool will not be used often, but if you don't know, this provision will become effective the next year. And now we face challenges. We need to ensure how this will take. We need to ensure that this will be possible in practice, but I'm sure we'll succeed for the voters to be able to use it. But now let us look at data. These are some of the latest numbers on customer satisfaction from the Central Statistics Board of Latvia. Quite recently, they conducted a survey on the quality of life in larger towns and cities of Latvia, and some cities are represented here. And if we look at the total numbers, people are quite satisfied in general. They feel well, they are happy with where they live. The degree of satisfaction actually is very high. But when we look into details, and I don't want to focus on each and every aspect, but just visually I wanted to demonstrate that when more specific questions are asked to people on specific aspects of operations of local governments, let's say how to approach the local government, whether people are satisfied with how their needs are met. So the green column represents the satisfaction level, which is not that bad at all. But in comparison to the overall satisfaction level, these are much lower. Please look at the very small window at the bottom right. There is corruption in the local government. So the orange represents those who say yes, and the blue who say no to this statement. And this is quite worrying. And this is also confirmed by other surveys on trust in local governments. We see that Latvians are more ready to trust local governments than, let's say, the central government. These are OECD data, and we see that in general the trust ratio or the trust indicator is slightly below the OECD average. And we can see that quite well in the election data. As you see, since 2001, the electoral activity has decreased, and of late quite sharply. And as you see, it's like your batteries are discharged. Then we have to ask why people are so satisfied with their life in the local government, but they still don't want to vote. Maybe we can assume that everything is already fine and they don't need to vote. But if we dig deeper, we see that people are not really trusting the local government. They don't believe that they can actually change something. And at the very end, just some ideas. If we look at local municipalities, local governments in general, The overall assessments are medium to high, like administration, efficiency, services, and so on. But the people do not believe that the local governments act for the people, for the benefit of the people. And that was also confirmed by a survey that we conducted. The new municipal law offers many opportunities, but this lack of trust does not allow to efficiently use them. And I have spoken with many municipalities who are really active, try to engage the people, and they complain that people are very critical. They don't trust, they don't want to engage. And this gap should be bridged, because there can be many opportunities, but this gap prevents us from using them. Yes, we understand the customer role, but not so much the partner's role or the voter's role, because voters are usually forgotten in between the elections. And I think the local governments have not also focused so much on resources that we need to engage the society. You have to look at this very rationally, because participation allows to make good quality decisions that later should not be amended or corrected. People will be satisfied with the result outright. Of course, we can say that, you cannot keep diagnosing all the time. You should do something with the results. I cannot provide a good answer at the moment, but you should not forget about the partnership role, and you should trust the people. They can be active, they can actively engage with the local government and can participate in decision-making, because the trust is bilateral. Quite often local governments think that people don't really understand. It's very important to find a way to engage the people, because that will pay off in the long term. And we can see that quite well in some municipalities that have really succeeded in this regard. Of course, we have more and more opportunities, including statutory opportunities, but it is important for the local governments to look at themselves, to understand what they want to achieve, what is their plan. And by this, I don't invite to prepare yet another plan, because we have many already, but just think about what you want, what you need, whether you need, let's say, local residence councils. I think this is not relevant. We have to think more about how we can reach people who live in remote areas, and then you can speak about these councils. You have to be very rational in this, and you should focus not so much on questionnaires or surveys per se, or organizing events per se, but focus more on the trust and try to understand why people are so critical about the legality of what local governments do, and also think about feedback. Maybe the local governments do a lot for the people, but maybe don't tell about that. And the people have this feeling that there is no sense participating in the elections because nothing happens afterwards. And I think the only solution is to speak about simple or complicated issues, and that will give you the desired result. Thank you. Thank you, Liga, for sharing your insights. If we still stick to the hockey terminology, since the beginning of this conference until now, there is only one player here who is active on the field. All the other panelists are more theoretical players, so to say. Eventually, all these principles that were discussed here have to be implemented in practice. And that's why, for this reason, we have to give the floor to a representative from a local council. As it was mentioned, this is a very extensive topic, and I don't think one conference is enough to discuss it. I would like to give the floor to Gunārs Ansiņš, the chairman of the City Council of Liepāja, and he has his own views about good governance. And we have to see whether his diagnosis will be really efficient. Good morning, Mr. Minister, Excellencies, colleagues. I have to say that this is a privilege to speak to participants of any conference just before lunch. We all are aware that local governments depend on their employees. We have spoken about commitment and enthusiasm. I have been the chairman of the city council for 2 years. Before that, I was deputy chairman, and for many years I was in charge of the administrative issues, like colleagues here among the audience. Always we have this feeling that our hands are very long and you know everything. And from the first day, I understood that for us to succeed in local governments, we politicians need to trust professionals. Our task, of course, is to develop programs, write development projects, adopt the budget. But why do we pay our employees if we want to do everything and want to know everything? Where's the painting is hanged? How long should the press release should be? And we could continue counting. I think the key to success is for the politicians and also for the civil servants to realize, to understand that you really have to do your job and do your job well. For this reason, in Liepāja, we have invested quite a lot of time in understanding what exactly each person has to do. Of course, in our goals and objectives, we always claim that we make the life of our people better. And I think all cities would tell that, all politicians and all employees. But to do that, we need specific goals. And our team, the team of our employees, in cooperation with advisors, prepared the first ever in Latvia map of our goals and targets for all employees to understand what they do and how they should do this to make the life of local people better. And we have understood that we have to understand where we are going, why we are going, and how we are going to a specific place, or we want to achieve a specific goal. So we realize that we have to very accurately and in great detail define our vision. For example, if we claim that we want to improve the employees' skills and knowledge in a targeted manner, this is a very extensive statement. We can ask our people, our employees, what they want to learn, and it could be beekeeping and flower arranging and whatever. But yeah, that could be nice, but will that really help our city council in doing their job? And together with our human resources department, we reviewed all of our goals and objectives, which means that there is ongoing interaction between the councillors and the employees. Of course, that takes time, but I believe that we become stronger and smarter in this way, and we need to keep speaking with each other. Quite often we struggle in making decisions ourselves, like we try to think about IT solutions, about new systems, but we forget that we have neighbors somewhere around our territory, or we have partners maybe in various countries, in the United Arab Emirates or in China or wherever. For example, we tried to find a way how to reduce the queues in our council. Just imagine like hundreds of people waiting in line to receive their benefits. Just imagine there is a small town somewhere in the US that had already thought about this, how to solve this problem. And by learning from them, we created the first customer service center in the country. And that was back in the 90s. I think this international cooperation is very important what concerns exchange of experience. As local governments, we are often quite sure that we know everything. A business expert really needs what the private sector business expert really knows what the private sector needs, but this is not the case, actually. That's why we need to ask the private sector, like from hospitality business or from industry, what exactly that specific company needs and what municipal functions we should improve or change to satisfy this need. Of course, that requires time and effort, but our experience demonstrates that if we speak with the private sector, that allows us to achieve higher savings. We can accurately define infrastructure targets and also political targets, let's say, which area to develop, for example. Another important aspect is continuity, in particular, what concerns decision-making. Of course, you know the best practice examples, when the composition of the council changes, everything that was done before is bad, all the projects are stopped and discarded, and we start the life from zero. But to ensure continuity, the local governments should have a very strong administrative structure that is able to substantiate why we need one or the other project. And also external partners can help us in this. So we need good economic grounds for everything we do. And we need not only to draft documents, but also to implement them. For example, we decided to prepare a dirt road program. We defined which roads we will pave first and then which roads will follow. Yes, the idea was good. The councillors supported this idea, but then we had to prepare technical projects, and we had to invest a lot of time and effort to approach each and every inhabitant, to make sure, let's say, that the fence is in the right place, that the access roads are in the right place, that they exist, that what we have in the plans actually exists on the spot. So far this year, we have already had 5 consultation sessions on just this one program. And when we have completed the consultation process, we can make a decision on technical documentation and ask for a loan from the state treasury. These are my ideas that I would like you to remember after this conference. Keys to success. Preparation, doing, monitoring the process, analysis, conclusions, and what is the most important, learning from your mistakes to be better the next time. Of course, above all, respectful relations at all levels in interaction with people, with ministries, with employees. And these are the values that I would like you to remember as a roadmap when we go home after this conference, when you return to ministry or when you return to your local government. And the last recommendation, I think every ministry, every body should have a map of targets and goals. And if you need a good example, come to us and we'll help you. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Mr. Anciņš for sharing. And this is a moment when I would like to speak to our guests, foreign guests who are here from Lithuania. Labą dieną. from Slovakia, from Turkey. I don't speak Turkish. Norway. Welcome, and Riga, and Poland, and other countries. Maybe you also have your unique answer, and maybe you see similar situations that in your municipalities, and you have found a solution for them, and you have a good experience and an answer based on good experience, how to promote this good governance in municipalities in Latvia. You just raise your hand. We will listen to you. We'll pass the mic. My colleague is ready to do it. But now my question to the participants of the panel discussion is a little bit broader and wider, with philosophical angle. So it is clear that rule of law is absolutely necessary component if we talk about good governance in municipalities. But unfortunately, the situation can be that even with the best legislation and framework and perfect rule of law, we are unable to achieve well-managed municipality. Yes, everything is according to the law. We have digital solutions. There is this efficiency and very good control. But it automatically doesn't mean that this is clear that also citizens of municipalities think the same, that this is a good governance. So would a rule of law guarantee this well-governed municipality? Is it enough? And while you are thinking about answer to this question, I will look at Slido. What questions we have, and I will read them one by one so that you understand what is climate in the audience and also behind the screens. So this approach of environmental ministry that provides a very formal answer to the questions, is it good governance? Next is related to Mrs. Uesha, what she spoke about these voluntarily initiatives. Maybe you have a good example of this context. Then a precise question is, how do you achieve that explanations to these binding provisions are not just formal, but they can be used for interpretation of these binding provisions? Then there is a question about involvement of public or these formal surveys that municipalities often ignore. They don't take into account these results, or these surveys are organized in some invisible process, or it is very complex. So kind of public is involved, but at the same time not properly. Again, the Ministry of Environmental Affairs. Would the ministry protect the citizens against some unfair activities from the municipality? Next question about this internal control systems in municipalities could be mission impossible because it's not welcomed to assess the employees. So those are the questions or comments from the audience, and it also indicates of our problems. Then also about some political relations that kind of rule of law is in line, but there is no human component in ministries or municipalities. And also about these binding provisions that ministry accepts binding regulations for one municipality, but forces to make amendments for another one. So this is not equal approach. So those are some ideas that I'm throwing at you for discussion. Okay, so what do you think? Okay, thank you to the audience about questions about internal control system. It was a very good question, and I will answer straight away. The answer is very simple. The internal control system is not something from outside, something additional or double responsibility or something. It is something that Liepāja mayor already was telling about. And so there are processes that are integrated in the existing processes. It is not something totally new. So we are formally, of course, it is possible to create a document or procedure just formally for this. Then it's additional burden. But if these internal controls are integrated in the municipality processes, then this serves very well. Mrs. Uesha, you also had a comment. Yes, I will answer to two questions. So the first one was about voluntary initiatives and assessment. It is closely related to the binding provisions of municipalities, and therefore I spoke a lot about these explanations of binding provisions, that in these explanations it is described what is these voluntary initiatives, what is the benefit for the public from this, how much does it cost, and would we assess it? No. In this new municipality law, we went away. We tried to step away from very strong supervision. This will be done by the public with voting and also when they come to the public discussion, because this is mandatory. Because we wanted to give this mechanism to the public. Public is the one who decides who will manage this territory in the next elections. So these binding provisions, explanations, and also justification for finances. This is about voluntary initiatives. And it is also important to talk about this issue because just a couple of years ago, we publicly didn't understand what is mandatory and what is voluntarily. We kind of understood that everything that municipality does, they must do. But if we look closer, we see that there are some mandatory initiatives, mandatory functions municipality has to do, and then there are voluntarily initiatives that municipality offers to their citizens. And it's not always that municipalities have done all the mandatory part and they can do also this voluntarily. And it was the State Auditing Office that raised this issue in relation to some support instruments that take a large part of municipality budget in opposition of some practical things, for example, to improve some street conditions and so on. So that has to be looked at. This is one thing. But next question was about these binding provisions and not an equal attitude from the side of the ministry. I would say that our instruments are quite limited to make this process totally the same for each municipality, because we send those documents, those recommendations, but this is a decision of municipality whether to take them into account or not. So there could be a situation that in equal situation we have some objections and one municipality takes them into account and other municipality do not take into account, because those violations are not so big, so essential. So one municipality does this process and they receive objections, but they don't take them into account because they are not so significant. And then next municipality copies just the same document, and then we again submit the same objections. And you can also look in our webpage and you will see the answers why we had objections against your document but not against your neighbors. But if you look closer, you will see that they also had those the same objections, but they just didn't take them into account. So this is something, and not always our objections are so critical, so significant, so that you would need to change something from the and start something from the scratch. We are just like recommending, and sometimes according to the law, we sometimes just want to draw your attention to some points in the legislation. Not everything is means that you need to change your provisions. And what is ministry's goal is to step away from this supervisory function, but be more like a methodological support and provide good practice examples and to develop guidelines so that we could help you to stimulate this good governance in consultations and also cooperation. That was in short, yes, about this cooperation. And it was about this formal approach. Also, there was some question that some legislation is quoted on 2 pages, but probably about this we could talk during the lunch break together with Ilse. But this is something that I have also heard from the public, that municipalities, for example, when they try to answer to the question posed by the citizen, this answer is so complicated, and they don't understand it, even if the municipalities are trying to answer as simply as possible. But yes, I see, Liga, you have a mic. Yes. One of the questions was about public involvement. Sometimes, yes, we get lost in this. I don't think that always we need to use so complicated language. Sometimes for our citizens, I need to translate, like interpret what's written there. And for example, if you received an invitation to participate in the discussion of draft of development plan for municipalities 2030 sustainable development plans or something, very, very long title. So would you understand it? Would you clearly understand what this discussion is going to be about? And maybe not. And I just also remember that we had a meeting where we discussed how to simplify this language so that everyone would understand. And these documents, of course, they are with so many pages, and people kind of don't want to come. They want to solve some practical issues. But plus to that, if the language is so complicated when you send this invitation, people just don't understand. Maybe you had a good intent, but you need to put yourself in the shoes of those local people. So, and the first question about this rule of law, and is it enough? I remember that this is very essential, but then also there has to be other components. Yes, this is a great opportunity. I wanted to use it because I'm sitting next to her. But I would like to think and to propose a discussion how we could help the ministry, because there are some things that make us crazy. And it's so hard to explain to our public. For example, regulations stipulate that our kindergartens can be maximum 2 floors. And we are planning to renovate right now a kindergarten that has 3 floors. So what do? Do we need to demolish 1 floor? Because in the regulation it's written that kindergartens have to be only 2 floors. But what about when you go to department stores, you take your children to 3rd or 4th floor. But about kindergartens, such a condition. And then also the law on hunting, for example. And we need to approve the binding provisions related to hunting. Would we hunt bears in Liepāja? No, definitely not. So some aspects of this law has to be changed, because for me it is very hard to explain to the public why we are planning something on hunting bears, for example, in Liepāja. Maybe there is a case, maybe one day. Yes, this is a favorite topic, and the ministry already answered. We saw one very important sign that during its independence, Latvia, within 30 years, have generated a lot of regulations and laws, and half a year ago, I was also a mayor of a town, and I understand very well what you are saying, and I can picture myself in both roles. But the cultural shock is that it's not only one ministry. there are several ministries, and of course, municipality is closer to people. And municipalities and the mayor, they are thinking how to achieve the result. The goal is important. And yes, we have to work in line with regulations and laws, but they are so sometimes contradictory and hard to explain. For example, 3 floors for kindergartens and hunting bears. And sometimes we are more focused on achieving a goal, because the efficiency and results depend on this. And if we walk this second option, so is it allowed, not allowed? So what do I do in this situation? And you are not given an answer yes or no, but these citizens, they receive an answer. You read yourself this and this law. But that's why they were asking the question, because they couldn't understand. Also, there is a notion that public officials are very cautious, because if they take responsibility, they might be punished. And this is actually a bit wrong culture, that sometimes instead of just calling somebody and trying to understand, are we on the same page, we are spending time writing 3 pages, some long sentences and so on. But the problem is just very trivial, very simple. So this is this administrative culture, and at the side of ministry, because me as a representative of the municipality, I am closer to people, because you meet your people in the shop and you are ashamed kind of not to provide the answer, because everybody knows you. But ministry, it's different. You are somewhere far, far away in Riga. You don't see anyone. And so therefore, we in the ministries, we have to simplify this administrative culture, and we have to return back to the understanding what is our goal, what result do we want to achieve. Because without this simplification, with deregulation, without putting this responsibility on all levels, it will not work. We need to be imagine ourselves very close to the lady somewhere far in the rural areas, and the minister has to get this justice for Rēzekne, for Daugavpils, for those hotspots. And as I said already before, there can't be just one ministry of truth. We cannot make decision in one night that something is correct or not correct. So we have to go away from this idea that there is this silver bullet, and that those who are in the ministry, they are super smart and know everything. No, they also don't know. In the 90s, we have 500 municipalities. Later, we had 100 municipalities. After the reform, with different possibilities and power. So we need to put in order this administrative things, and the ball is on the side of the ministries, and we have to work, and we have to do these reforms and changes within our ministry. Yes, thank you. Okay. Thank you very much for Ministry acknowledging that all of us are equally smart and knowing, and together we have to work together. And this is what municipalities are trying to tell the Ministry. We have the ideas. And Mrs. Smith, I see that you are prepared for your comment, whether to my first question or other questions. So please, I hope that you heard something that also resonates, and what you have heard in many places also.
Ministry, we are definitely aware. Working in the ministry, we don't know everything, and often struggle with interpreting what we do here. And a really good example of that is in the city of Manchester, where there is a city region mayor at a regional level of government beneath which sits several local authorities. But this city region mayor is a very charismatic figure, a powerful local politician, got a very strong share of the vote in his area. And when carrying out surveys on satisfaction, citizen satisfaction in what the mayor is achieving, what he is delivering for the area of Manchester, the overriding confidence is in the success of policing and public safety. And yet this mayor has no functions or responsibility over policing or public safety. And yet citizens see that he plays a role somehow in achieving success in those matters which are of such importance to Manchester. And it's a really good example of how there can sometimes be a disconnect from what citizens think different levels of government are delivering for them. But that doesn't mean that citizens' views on their mayor are incorrect. They have confidence in him. They trust him to deliver for them. And I think this is a really important aspect of the picture that we have to remember in central government, is that in addition to the system, the regulations, and in addition to what we can read from satisfaction surveys or public participation, there is also this political element as well. And politicians have soft power. They can convene, they can be leaders in their place, they can be influential, and they can drive the agenda for a local area in matters beyond the strict functions that they are responsible for. So there's this whole other dimension alongside rule of law, which is alive and thriving in a democracy. And it should be that way. It's a good thing to be that way, but something that needs to be taken into account when looking at the system, the regulations, the rules, the expectations, and sort of interpreting what it is that citizens think about their leaders, on how satisfied they are in the outcomes that they are delivering or not delivering, as the case may be.
I also have a question from the long-term planning aspect, if we talk about good governance. So please give the mic to Mr. Erdmans. So if you perform audits with municipalities, so one thing is the long-term development plan, and Liga spoke about some 2038, for example. But this link between regular financial documents with a long-term plan, do you see this link? Because budget is usually terminated for 1 year, but whether do you see the tendency that the municipalities, when they approve their budget, they have in mind also that what will happen in 10 years? Because this long-term document is like usually something that in the end everybody will be happy and everything will be great. But in reality, when this budget is approved, maybe this notion is not included. So do you see this link, this connection? Yes, a very good question. I could answer with an example about the budget and efficiency of the budget. There is a family, a father gives to his son 20 euros and says, go to the shop, all the family wants to have dinner. The son goes to the shop and buys candies and also lemonade and chips, and they go home and the money was spent. The son bought what he considered is needed for dinner, but there is no result. The family didn't have the dinner. And also about the state control has already been speaking for several years that, yes, there is an understanding that these long-term documents and this development has to be, but whether annual budget is an instrument to help municipality to move towards this long-term goals and strategies, this is hard to see. It is hard to say. For example, our goal is to go into the space. So it means that in 4 years budget, we should see that first year we build the spaceship, then we train the employees and so on. We have to see it. But in municipalities, budget, this link and this understanding has to be improved. We have good examples, of course. We have good link to these long-term plans. We have an opportunity with informational systems how to have these links, but we still need, there is still a room for improvement. That in this budget plan, we not only write down that this and this building was built, but also about this long-term impact. Mr. Ansic? I totally agree to your opinion. We also need to understand in what situation the municipalities are and how they are working. For example, I have read the development plans and programs of all cities and towns in Latvia. But it depends whether this city is at the sea or on the coast or on the banks of the river. And these development plans are kind of similar, but differences we can see in these investment chapters. This is like addendum. But our problems related to long-term planning is that we cannot forecast the income, the money we'll get for the next year, because the income tax regulation and situation is approved in our parliament. So if we want to plan for 3 years, we cannot know about our incoming flows of money because we cannot predict it. It's going to be voted for. And that makes it very difficult for us to plan. So maybe in the state budget, there also has to be this 3 years cycle that would help us also more work in line with it. So, for example, in Liepāja, this investment plan is a very important document. Each meeting in our council, we look at what contracts have been signed, how far are we. This is not just addendum to the strategy, but what hinders us is to understand clearly the forecasts about the income tax of our employees. And okay, so maybe if we clearly state what is the participation budget, then maybe each municipality could define also the future budget, some 10%, for example. This is a part which we will not invest next year to get a result at the same year, but so that we get the results at the end, for example, in 2023. Yes, this is an idea, but let's imagine there is a strike, educational teachers strike, for example. When was it? The municipality budget is already approved, the state budget already approved. And when there was a vote about amendments to budget in the parliament, and now in Liepāja, we have to also make amendments for several hundreds of thousands. But in January, when we were voting for amendments in budget, we couldn't forecast what would happen after the teachers' strike and what would be decision of the government how to increase their salaries. So this budget for municipalities and the state, because we cannot make amendments to the budget every month. This month we increase budget for healthcare, and next month for education, for teachers. This is just impossible. This is, so. Yeah, but I believe that today in our society we are planning for the future. Yeah, but it's within the range of opportunities. We make decisions according to the existing situation. Okay, one more thing. What I remember from talking with Liga and about involvement and participation of public. I believe that the situation is not very bright. It's quite bleak looking at voter turnover and other initiatives and other participation. What is the solution? We, of course, understand that in overnight we will not be able to involve like hundreds or thousands of people in discussion of development plans, but maybe there are some solutions how to promote this participation, that it's not that in some municipalities where there are tens of thousands of people living, there only some couple of people participate in these participation activities. Yes, this is a good question, but the answer that I already have found, so after working for many years with this, I return back to what I had in my presentation. We can create hundreds of opportunities how to participate, this one or that one, but there isn't a better solution than just communication without pretending that we know everything. Just to come into contact with people without blaming them why they are not coming. I showed why they are not coming, because they don't trust us. So you have to create this feeling of trust that what you will discuss with them is serious and it will have a meaning. And it's clear that those this communication is needed, because surveys will not achieve it. Maybe with survey you will get some angry or grumpy voter, and that wouldn't help you. So we have to move away from these surveys, and we have to create this communication. We have to talk to people. And I have seen municipalities who are practicing it, and they are saying that after the 20th or 30th time, they get to very constructive and very reasonable talks and communications. And people, those people who once were grumpy, now they are supporters of municipalities. They understand why this decision wasn't taken so fast. So those conversations is something how we can progress in the future. Okay, so basically now we don't have any more time, but I will read what else we get in Slido.com. So let us honor those people who are expressing their opinion. There is one question why we didn't have in any presentations the UN long-term sustainable goals. This is also something global related to the topic we discussed. And another question, is Liepāja a good example? They just divided these positions and jobs between some public officials, and there wasn't an open competition. And then also about audits, there was a question. So what can we do for auditing institution become a friend of municipalities? I believe that we already heard the answer, that you just speak to them and you talk and ask them what we wanted. What are the most efficient instruments so that the public is heard? Maybe we need a referendum or complaint to the ministry, and also corruption in some municipalities. Because, yeah, we know what happens in municipalities. The employees, they are just sitting and drinking coffee all day long and doing nothing. And then there was also a question, why do people think that the municipality is corrupt? Maybe you have a fast answer. I have a very fast answer. To all the competitions for some jobs and also for the Office of European Culture Capital, we organize the open this call for applications, and this is according to the law. Okay, this discussion was quite chaotic. We went away from the ideology of good governance, and let's return to the most essential. And I will ask each of you to answer this question. So if you had to change a life in a different municipality, in some municipality, so you would need to change, what would be the main criteria for you, if you wanted to move to another municipality, what would be the reason? What is the criteria why you would move to this place? Liepāja is my home, but maybe Valmiera. Oh, he is just chatting. Liga, what do you think? The best life is where you can do a lot of things by yourself. You don't need to use so many services of the municipality. So security would be very important for me. So I would feel safe on the street, and also I could go to the municipality and I feel safe that there will be somebody who would try to understand me. I would like to live in a municipality where I open the annual report and I see how much money, what's been done, what's the future perspective, and so on. And then I would go to this municipality. Women are similar. I believe that safety is also very important in all senses, on the street, at home, and also in the budget, and also for services. This is the most important. This makes us feel safe at home with our children, with our youngsters who go to school and who receive services from the municipality. So safety is very important for me. Thank you. Mrs. Smittag, what about you?
I think I would probably look closely at the transport infrastructure so I can get around easily. My family, my friends can get around easy, and access services and all the fun things that happen in a city, including hockey matches.
Liels paldies.
Thank you very much. In Ropeži municipality, we have a new standard. We smile to everyone, but to our local people, we smile 2 times. Thank you for participation. And ladies and gentlemen, now we have a lunch break till 1:30 p.m. And then we will resume the conference. So see you in an hour. Thank you.
Labdien, vēlreiz cienījamās dāmas un godātie kungi, prieks jūs redzēt tikpat.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm happy to see at least almost as many as before of you here in the meeting room. As before, you have access to 3 various channels online. If you chose the wrong one before, you can choose another. I welcome back all of those that follow us online. Please don't forget about the possibility to ask questions via slido.com. But please also remember that this conference is also a celebration, because we will celebrate those local governments that have earned their well-deserved prize. And I would also like to invite you, when you ask questions, maybe think more about conceptual questions and not so much about practical questions. Though, of course, we deal with practical issues more. So for your questions, please use slido.com. Some of our speakers in the afternoon will speak in the English language, so if you need translation, interpretation, please take headsets and the respective devices. If you plan to ask questions, please use the hashtag #VarumProvidus. And during the first part of the afternoon section of our conference, we will speak about the capacity building, in particular in relation or in connection with EU investments. So we will focus on attracting investments, and I'm honored to announce that we'll now start the second panel discussion called Capacity Building of Municipalities for Sustainable Data-Driven Development Planning and Attracting EU Investment. I would like to ask our panelists to join us on the stage. The procedure will be the same. First, I'll be given the floor for the presentation, and then we will continue with discussion and questions. The first panelist, Cezary Trutkovski.
Here on the stage. Sagaidiet ar aplausiem.
I would also like to invite Raivis Bremšmits. Happy to see you. Rudolfs Cimdiņš, Jānis Baiks, and Aris Adlers. I'm happy to see you all, all of you on the stage. It seems that there are just men here in dark suits and there are no women, so maybe this is a bit discriminatory. Cezary Trutkovski will be the first to open this panel discussion. He's an expert of the Council of Europe and also the chairman for the Foundation in Support of Local Democracy from Warsaw, Poland. He'll speak about how to balance the developmental needs of local authorities with the available financial resources. And this is a sort of a bridge to the previous panel discussion, because local governments lack financing, and EU financing is very important, but we have to be responsible in using it.
Share your notes and share your thoughts and experience and expertise with our audience here as well as the online.
The chairman, dear guests, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak here. I'm speaking right after lunch. This is always a challenge when people are digesting, but I will try anyway. Yes, these are 2 questions that were formulated by the organizers, and the organizers were kind enough to send these questions to me in advance so I can prepare. Well, when I look at these questions, I thought a book can be written in this subject, but the organizers were smart enough to give me just 9 minutes. So I could answer these 2 questions very simply if you ask me how to balance the development needs of local authorities with available financial resources and how to successfully use the various funds to achieve municipal development, I would say wisely and in a reflective manner. Okay, and I could finish here, but with the respect to the audience, I will elaborate a bit on these questions. I have divided my presentation, short presentation, into 3 stages. As I think these are 3 stages of the reflective leader that should be developed when thinking about fostering municipal development. The first stage always starts with the prioritization of goals. You cannot achieve everything you want. You might come to the office with general, very ambitious plans. You would like to change the reality at the local level for the good of the citizens, but you cannot achieve everything because of the time restrictions and first of all, because of the lack of restriction of resources. So you have to prioritize your goals. When you look at your goals, think about impact. What kind of actions can help you to achieve maximum impact? And you have to plan in a given time frame. Usually it is a term in the office, but of course there are leaders that plan far beyond that. And in some countries already there were legal restrictions on the number of terms in local governments, like in Poland, for example, or they are now thinking about it in Bulgaria. So prioritize your goals. The second thing is to conduct comprehensive needs assessment. It's not, remember that the local development is not about implementation of your ambitions. It's not about implementation of your plans. I always say that there is only one purpose for the local government, and this purpose is to increase the quality of life of citizens. The rest are technical issues. But people differ and vary in what they want, and you have to realize what are the ambitions, what are the wishes, what are the desires, what are the needs of your citizens. So conduct needs assessment, and there are various forms you can do that. I cannot elaborate on this because I have 6 minutes left. But there is a toolkit in the Council of Europe website which is called Strategic Municipal Planning, and there you can find the answers. So conduct comprehensive needs assessment and develop strategic development plan. Strategic development plan is not a declaration of flexibility. It is a plan to achieve certain result in a given time frame, okay? So don't think about EU funds. Don't think about any funds at the beginning. Prioritize your goals and think about impact, assess needs, and put all these 3 elements into the plan. But I always also say, think before you plan. So this is the reflexive leader. We have to be aware of the possible consequences of our actions. Put everything in the strategic development plan and be realistic. You cannot achieve, as I said, everything. Then look at your resources. When you have a plan, when you have your priorities, when you know what you want to achieve, look what is available at your municipality, what you can use. And these resources are not only material resources, they are human resources, institutional resources, various types of capital, social capital, economic capital, environmental capital, many different capitals. You have to utilize all these resources into your actions and into your plan. So you build on the existing resources. That's why we are talking about the municipal development strategy, not the general development strategy, or how to make the world be perfect place. You think about your municipality, which is located in a given locality, which has the society with different characteristics, and you have to adjust to these resources. Seek partnerships and collaborations, but not everyone. Do not look for, you do not organize beauty contests. You have to seek for partnerships that align with your strategic goals that are needed for the successful implementation of your strategic development plan. This is the key issue, to find partners that will help you to develop the plan. The plan is not for you, it's not for the mayor, it's for the community. And you have to use the different resources and different partnerships. Explore funding options. Do not look at the EU only. Polish mayors have looked at the EU only, and now there are no European funds in Poland because we have problems with the rule of law. Every fund is blocked. No single euro is going to Poland, and they are stuck with their plans. As Warren Buffett said, never carry all eggs in one basket. Look at different financial options. Look at different financial sources. Match the identified projects with the suitable funding for their implementation. So you set the priorities, you set the plan, and then you look at the possible implementation mechanism. I have 2 minutes. Foster transparency and accountability. I said at the beginning that I have divided my presentation into 3 stages. The first slide was about the preparation. The second slide was about implementation. And the third is about consequences. Okay? You look at transparency and accountability because you build your credibility as a partner for other institutions, municipalities, for the government, for the EU, that you are reliable in the implementation of the plans that you have formulated. Monitor and evaluate progress, so you will be able to say, I have used these resources wisely, and I can evidence the use of the resources. When I come to the mayors and I ask, okay, you have this strategy, how have you implemented? Well, it was very good. What were the results achieved? Oh, we built this and that. How can you explain how you use the resources? No, it works. There is no reflection on how to evidence what you have achieved. And the last thing, I have 30 seconds. Last thing is about the impact and the changes made. I knew that mayor in Poland had described me as a situation when people were coming to him for 20 years and asking to rebuild the road. He was so tired of these delegations that he finally did it. He resurfaced the road. It was a beautiful road, flat, wide, beautiful. 2 weeks later, they come to his office. And he was like, what do you want? And they say, we want speed bumps. Okay? Remember, everything you do in local government, every action you implement results in consequences. And these consequences change needs. Okay? Every single action that you undertake will lead you to new challenges and new needs. And you have to be aware, there is no such a thing as achieved development. You will never achieve this. There will always be things to do, and there will be always things to implement. Time's up, so the last slide. Vision and planning, this is the first, in my opinion. You become a leader, the mayor becomes the leader because he has a vision to implement certain things and achieve certain results in the municipality. Okay? And of course, I'm talking about concrete plan, not about a general vision. Good governance that we are talking about is about leading a community. Okay? And you have to do it in a specific way. Economic growth and job creation and the quality of life. And just to sum it up, I just want to say, remember, there is only one purpose for the local government, and this purpose is to increase the quality of life of citizens. That's it. Thank you very much. Time's up.
Thank you. Paldies Trutkovska kungam. The existing assets. You mentioned it in the presentation, repurposing existing assets. Would you give an example? Oh, sorry, there's a mic.
Okay.
I switched on.
Yep. Okay. The assets you have, you can use for different purposes. You have to examine what is available for the specific task and specific goals that you set. As I always underline, we should concentrate on so-called endogenous development. Don't look for the external stakeholders to come and save your municipality or to create anything. You have to plan based on the existing situation of your municipality and think how can you use the resources for the implementation of your plan. And there are many examples I can give.
Give us one.
For example, when you have a specific set of social organizations. Social organizations mean social capital. People can reach to external stakeholders to provide with data transfer, with knowledge, with financial resources, with infrastructure, with commodities and things like that, for example. You can use the environment in different ways. At the beginning of the 90s in Poland, when we talked about the strategic development plans, I would say 40% had the tourism as a possible way to develop the municipality, tourism. Like everyone is going everywhere to every single municipality for touristic reasons. You have to elaborate on what is existing and how can you use this to build your competitive advantage. Okay? Sometimes with EU funds, for example, is that not every funds are available in the same amount to every single municipality. Municipalities compete for the resources. So you have to build your competitive advantage to be able to reach to those external funds. I can go on.
Yes, thank you so much so far. Thank you. Paldies vēlreiz Trutkovs kungam droši vien.
Thank you again to Mr. Trutkovski, who most probably also participated in the question and answer session. But I think this story is quite indicative about the road because there was a municipality where people actively asked for street lighting and then they complained that it's too light and they cannot sleep. But now let us give the floor to the next speaker, Raivis Bremschmits from the State Development Planning Department at the Ministry of Environmental Protection and Regional Development. And he will tell about the current situation, to what extent we are able to generate quality data, what we need to achieve for the local governments to match development plans and investments based on data-driven decisions. Thank you. Hello, everyone. I think data society and planning is a very extensive topic. So what shall I begin with? What do we try to do with the data? We use data to describe societal needs. We can use various tools to generate data like questionnaires, surveys, and so on. We can collect data on income levels, on queues for free places in kindergartens. So data basically describe what are the societal needs. We use data to formulate problems that we want to solve. Then we try to base our solutions on data. And the main thing, why do we do that? We try to achieve a specific result. If we speak about data use, it is very important to quite quickly realize what is our purpose, what is our objective. And I will return to that later. It is also important because planning is not a single level exercise. We can speak about vertical layers or vertical direction, like state, ministries, municipalities, municipal companies, municipal bodies, and so on. Then there is also EU level. Also, as a state, we think about EU financing, so this requires institutional planning. Also, there is a time dimension because long-term goals were mentioned. We also have visions and dreams, and also we should not forget about the multi-annual framework, which is a 7-year period. Also, we have to think about numbers and recording, as was mentioned by the State Audit Office. Also, horizontally, it is always necessary to plan activities, plan cooperation at the same level, like between ministries or in ministries. There are also other needs, like education, culture, business, social needs. Also, which means that in municipalities there is a whole range of various needs. And it is important to have a single goal, because if we plan correctly, it will allow us to save time and resources. We need a goal that is relevant for everyone. Here you see the Latvian development system. I will not tell about all aspects, but I would like to reiterate that common goal is very, very important. It should be feasible time-wise, and also it should be relevant for various levels of governance. Of course, it's always the best to speak about ourselves, so I decided to use one example from the regional policy. So data and society, we see that the number of our, or the size of our population decreases. I think you have seen this data before. So what is our goal? To reduce the differences in the GDP. And what concerns Finland, where we want to go in 2 days after 2 victories, we see that there are differences. And if we apply the same approach to Latvia, if we don't do anything, we'll be able to cover this gap maybe in 50 years. But for us to see that before we retire, we need to invest more effort and complete this task in 20 years. To achieve this goal in 7 years, we need to generate 1,657 million in addition in GDP. So what can we do? We can invest in technologies, in innovations and so on. That will generate 5 euros from 1 euro invested. In other investments, the return is smaller. Then we have to focus on the most efficient choice. But what is complicated? We have very many stakeholders. There is private sector, there is municipal sector. And what makes it even more complicated, there are several ministries, not only the Ministry of Environmental Protection and Regional Development. That's why we need a common goal, common for all of us, something that we can implement together. Also, we have to think about resources and capacities. Here you can see top 3 ideas that municipalities would need to invest, and that would require 3.2 billion from our cohesion financing, and we have slightly more than 4 billion. So just these three ideas would almost deplete the financing. So we really have to decide what we will prioritize on. To the left, you can see the scope of development programs. On the other side, you can see the budget. If we look at data and needs, or when we look at data and needs, we need to find the right balance. These are State Audit Office recommendations, and it was already mentioned by them. When we perform financial planning, we have to always remember about our goal. I would like to underline that annual budgetary decisions should be based on our overarching goal in the medium or long term. And if I were asked if municipalities think about that, yes, I think so. They do think. I have seen that several municipalities have made budgetary decisions with a view of the future. And to be able to make data-based decisions, we need data, which are quite important. We have two systems that are both planning systems and indicator model. They'll be merged in the nearest future and used as a support tool to generate data for the purposes of municipal development programs, to update these programs, and so on. Maybe I'll not provide so much detail about these complicated schemes, but I just want to say that if we have customized support, it allows us to save time that we do not need to spend on aggregating data, on sorting data, and we can spend more time on planning, because this is our main goal. We need achievable results, and we don't just analyze numbers. Of course, we can ask how we generate data, how we store data. We are a democratic country. It's not that we have to make decisions for the public always. We have to find the right balance between what we try to do with data and what we leave to the public to decide. It was already mentioned during the first part of our conference. This is participatory budgeting tool. This approach allows the local inhabitants, local residents, to submit project applications, and they can decide how this budgetary item will be spent. Basically, the local residents vote and choose the most relevant project for them. 0.5% of the total individual income tax and property tax will be spent in this way. The local residents from the age of 16 will be able to decide which project should be implemented. The ministry is also thinking about another small support tool. Quite often, municipalities already have various tools, but they need assistance with the voting procedure, because the voting will be based on the territoriality principle, and we will help the municipalities with developing this tool. Thank you. So I invite you to plan in a balanced way. Do not forget about the challenges and the overarching goal. And sometimes you can let the public decide itself.
I got some questions about data, and we will discuss them maybe later. But the next speaker in our panel discussion is Mr. Rudolfs Cimdiņš, who is the head of the Spatial Planning Unit at Riga Planning Region. And let us see how the planning looks like in real life, because Riga has this experience. Rudolfs, please. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and those who are watching online. I am really happy about the involvement of regions in the discussions, because agenda today also prove that there is this various levels management. And also today I am honored to speak on behalf of other regions, although basically I'll speak about Riga and Riga metropole area as the main driving force for Latvia and for planning processes, how we achieve it here in Riga planning region. Those who are closely related to the planning processes in Latvia and who think about functional space in our capital, probably they recognize those images that we are thinking about the processes that happened after administrative territorial reform, and how these planning regions look like and what municipalities there are. Because it's already almost 2 years we've been living with new borders of regions, and as Riga, we have thought quite a lot about this functional space, irrespectively of those boundaries between us, those borders, because we are thinking about functional territories, which is Riga metropole area. A lot of challenges during the last years in spatial planning. One is those internal situation related to change of borders. Yes, we have less municipalities, easier to communicate, easier to focus on strategic goals and strategic activities. But at the same time, we see that Riga region do not cover all these functional territories. And we are still some territories that has to be planned within Riga region, but they are outside our direct jurisdiction. But we are trying to work within this cooperation planning principle, and we are trying to look over the borders, and this is also one of the basic principles in our regional strategy. If we talk about these external circumstances, I must say that last 2 years have been very challenging. In the sense of daily planning, because we get new conditions from the EU, and how do we react to them? Also, we had the pandemics, and we had to experience all these consequences, and then the situation in Ukraine, the war, which we call geopolitical changes, and that also brings quite a lot of changes in strategies, and we put safety as a priority. Then also we speak about energy independence, and all this has to be reflected in the planning process, also in the regional level. As to the cooperation spaces and scales, this regional planning space has play a natural role, bringing together various organizations, and the territories have to be able to work locally and internationally. In our policy planning documents, we try to highlight the importance of local cooperation and also cooperation internationally. And this international cooperation context has been reviewed recently. We have changed the emphasis, and for Riga metropolitan area, we see ourselves as important players in the Northern Europe and also this northern part. I also spoke about cooperation planning and a couple of examples, how it is done at the regional level, how it's done by other regions, and how Riga planning region is doing this. And I've been working in this area quite a lot of time, and I understand that there has to be a very clear communication with spatial planners and We have developed a task force of special planners, and they are the ones who mainly provide content for our planning process and help us to deliver later those processes to the decision makers. And it is very important to form synergies, not only within municipality, but also with other shareholders in the municipality. So those are community representative groups and other groups. And it is also important to cooperate with representatives of ministries. For Riga, a special role as for a capital is its presence in the international arena, also the aspects of international dimension, various cooperation platforms. So for us, for Riga, the instrument is international projects that help us to bring to Latvia the newest global tendencies, planning approaches, and to use them in our daily planning processes. Also, it is important to participate in those international networks. And thanks to the Riga city, we as a region also participate in Metrics, Metropolis network, which is important for us. And we are creating partnership in various formats with other European cities and regions. It is important for us to position ourselves correctly and clearly internationally, and also implement this in our planning processes here in Latvia. As for just contemplation, so Riga and this region, very soon, this regional planning has been in force and operating already more than 15 years. We have had 2 administrative reforms. The number of municipalities has decreased significantly. We've been thinking about various planning processes. We have developed strategy for development of Riga city and its area, metropolitan area. And here I must say that this conceptual approach worked very well. With this approach, we also revived the territory around Riga, this idea of metropolitan area about Riga, and we received also funding for this. At the same time, we have to understand that Riga region as a leading region in Latvia, if we look at socio-economic potential, it is a small area, small territory, but there is quite a large socio-economic power. So the ministry representative of the ministry also spoke how to balance it and how to use the potential. For example, here, if we think about diversity here in Latvia, and if you look at the capital and also the territories and cities around it and the rural areas, we see that we are quite diverse, homogeneous. Riga region, at the same time, if you look at smaller parts, this density of people differs in several parts of the region. So if you look at this diversity in Latvia and how do we react to changes, for example, during the pandemics, the changes in number of population was similar as before. So how do we react to this situation strategically? Without details, but just classically, first of all, we look at this environmental and also economic dimension, but in the center, we wanted to put the people, community that live in this region, their values, their mobility, education, and smart development as a main goal. And what is most important in this story is how we get to the implementation of those goals. Sometimes they are very ambitious and for a long term, and it seems that it's impossible to achieve them. But we have defined that approach to implementation is varies between situations. Both national, state participate, and also municipalities participate, implementing projects and activities depending on specific territory and using cooperation platforms. And coming to the end of my story, it is also very important when we are planning, doing spatial planning, it's very important to think about mobility, about natural territories. And what in Riga we tried to integrate a complex of those development spaces. And we have long-term vision till 2050, because I believe it is important in case of Latvia to think about longer-term development. And therefore, for Riga, we have planted a seed how in this perspective in the future we would like to see this territory around capital. And if you look at ambitious things, we have erased borders, and we are looking more holistically at the issues related to self-sufficiency, how efficient we are, how able we are to adjust to the changing life circumstances. And then also about our works done, and also interesting maybe for other regions is how to do better. So basically, there are 4 aspects we have to look at. So first is the special role of Riga region and values. What can we plan better and in a different way in comparison with the rest of Latvia, especially in the area of mobility and public services. Second is the approach of planning based on cooperation. And we would need to think about involvement of more stakeholders, various organizations, municipalities, and also strengthened analytic research bases and instruments to create own capital. So various alternatives and regional fund and many other opportunities. Thank you, Rudolf. Everything looks good on the map, but what about the real life? So what data you have, what data you can't have, what you would like to have. Next speaker is Mr. Jānis Baiks. He has quite a large experience related to the project applications, implementation, deadlines, and so on. So the floor is yours. Thank you. Dear ladies and gentlemen, a very interesting experience and a very interesting topic. So, municipal experience with data-based and sustainable development planning. So, I will speak more about data, less about the theory, because so far I was listening and I apologize to the public administration, but it seems for them the most important is to have the process. But we as a municipality work for the result. And this is very different. And this is what I would like to talk about. I will return. I will tell about one real example how we implemented one project. With co-financing from the European Union. It was in 2016. In 2014, we were like, after the reform became like the city, independent Valmiera city, not together with the territory around. And now the situation is different. But so I would like to show how we achieved results. So in 2014, we had just approved the new plan for the municipality, and we set 2 priorities. A city which is friendly for family and friendly for business. So 2 priorities that cannot live one without other in order to achieve the result. And for us to be a family-friendly municipality, one important topic is education and the quality of education. And without that, we cannot survive. So therefore, in 2016, we had an opportunity to apply for the project to improve the studying environment in general educational institutions. And in order to be able to apply for this project, we had to prepare a lot of documents. And one of the documents was to characterize the educational establishments that are in specific municipality. But then also we needed to look at the demographic and economic situation. So immigration, emigration, and give justification. So next we get to the data. Do we have enough data? How precise they are? And is everything like we expect? The number of population, we looked at 2009, the beginning of the crisis, financial crisis we experienced, and a lot of people left Latvia in this year. And we compared the number of population according to the data from the Migration Office and also Central Statistical Board. And in 2009, the data from the Migration Office and Statistical Board are quite equal. But now there is quite a big difference right now, 2000. So this is a quite big difference. So therefore, we base our estimates on the data that we receive from the Citizenship and Migration Office. So we believe those data more because also ministries take those data into account. And also the State Revenue Service has the best data, how many people are, and so on. And then looking at the numbers in Valmiera city, about 2,000 people have left if we compare between 2009 and 2016. And if you look at children, also there is a bit decrease if we look at young people's school age and school children at school. We had also decrease. But what was the most interesting that the number of preschool children, preschool age children had increased. That's interesting, and there is something that we can rely on because data from the State Educational Agency is very, very good, and we can trust them. This database is very good because it gives information about children who go to school and how many children are in preschool. And so those are very, very quite precise data that reflect reality. So looking at all these numbers, we might think that what do we think about new schools or something? Maybe we need to close some schools. And then we looked also at the data forecasts from the national level. So this National Development Plan 2014-2020, and we in 2015, what conclusion we can see that regions have lower competitiveness, harder to attract population. And maybe it's harder to see, but brown color represents increase, and blue and light blue, it means decrease. And so also in Valmiera, the forecast was minus 15%. So if you show this data to the investors, so what kind of investment can you attract to the region if you show this map? The state has very clearly said that everything, all the life is going to happen around Riga, not in the regions. But we said that we want to change the future forecasts, and this is our important task. We don't just blindly follow what we see in those Excel charts and statistical data, but we wanted not to allow for this situation to happen that in 2030 there is by 15% less population in Valmiera. We didn't want it to happen. So therefore we created a lot of documents, a lot of forecasts from our side. And it is no secret that Valmiera is developing in the industrial direction. And also at that time, I felt quite some pain because we were taking care of business and we were fighting for business development. And in 2015 and 16, we saw that within 1 year, we had lost 750 citizens, inhabitants at the working age citizens. Imagine that we are a municipality that takes care of families and also business, and suddenly per 1 year, about 1,000 people lost. But still, all the companies were operating, everything was good. And so we actually complained and said that this methodology was wrong. And within 3 months, they returned about 600 people back to us, so in numbers, in data. And so what happened in this project? We reconstructed, expanded gymnasiums, schools in Valmiera. We also built students' hostel, like students' dormitory, because about 4,200 children are studying in Valmiera, but about 200 do not live in Valmiera. They are from other locations, so they need dorms. And here I would like to talk about the result. So what have we achieved? 2022. The number of population, total number of population, is still going down. It is reflected by the data from both institutions, so Migration Board and Statistical Board. But this is because, like in Valmiera, it is very hard to find an apartment. If you want to rent an apartment in Valmiera, this is mission impossible. It's easier to build a house than to rent an apartment. So the question is, are those data truth, real? Or we are just continuing and kind of continuing the tendency that was before. I really don't believe in this data we see here. Because if I look at the rest of the data, so the number of preschoolers is continuing to increase. The number of school children, again, these numbers are growing again. So, and suddenly it seems that the number of children is growing, but the number of population is going down. So they are without parents or what? And if we look at the number of school children at schools, again, we are even higher than in 2009. So the result, what we have achieved, is what we wanted to achieve. But of course, I just narrowly looked through one angle. Sustainable development planning is a set of various aspects. Education is just one of them. And here we have enlisted other sectors as well. And so I told about education, but we are fighting also and working with the rest of the sectors. And it's impossible to develop one and leave the rest idle. And here we see this nice image. The fact is that we work with projects based on the data. And we have calculated that about 7,000 people come to work in Valmiera every day. This is a reality. We would like them to live in Valmiera, but unfortunately there are no apartments, nowhere to live, so they come in to work. This is interesting for us, but the statistics do not tell us about it. And once I heard a very interesting comparison where it was said that Valmiera is a statistical mistake in Latvia, statistical failure. It can't be like it is with you. But yeah, we believe that we can impact the statistics, and I also invite everyone to do it. If you want to have a high-quality municipalities and a good country, then let us do it. And one more thing that I noticed and heard in the presentations before lunch, where we were told how to live in the right way. In Valmiera, 99% of population of citizens are satisfied with municipality. I actually didn't know that there was such a survey. We as municipality didn't know about it. So maybe instead of blaming us and saying that there is some 1% not satisfied, maybe you could express gratitude for 99%. Okay, thank you very much. So in 2017, you applied for this project, and how many years? 7 years. 7 years to achieve the results. Yes, this is quite a good time. So thank you very much to the head of the Valmiera municipality, and also some conclusions we could use in discussion. And Aris Adlers is the next speaker. He is a president of Alliance for Cross-Sectoral Sustainable Development, and his presentation is about planning that is focused on the needs of local people. So how do we look at all these processes through the eyes of our public?
Good afternoon. I'm the person, exactly the same person as you introduced, but I also work and I'm active in some other organizations and bodies. Except Providus, I'm the only representative from some other NGOs, so I have this honor or this difficult task to represent a whole branch of our civic society. I would like to say that the key to making sure that the wishes and needs of the people do not disappear from planning documents is employees. Employees, their knowledge, their competences, their skills will actually determine that we do not forget about the people and their needs and wishes. And politicians and mayors whom someone meets in shops or on the street will always listen to people, but employees should be able to gather data on people's needs. They should be able to speak with people. They should be willing and love to speak with people. And I believe such conversations will allow us to implement all of our objectives. We already spoke about the needs, but one of the most important things to reduce the barrier or to dismantle the barrier between the people and the local municipalities is the ability to transform the wishes into needs. And this is a huge problem because when we use various participation methods, people come with their wishes and the municipalities says that yes, we will try to include your wishes in the planning documents, but if these wishes are not transformed into needs, no solutions that satisfy the people can be offered. I'm active in various projects. For example, in a project on social work in communities, and I'm mentoring this project. And there's a social worker from Daugavpils City Council. They are now transforming their service from social work to community work and totally changing the paradigm. And after 6 months of this project, she said that only after 6 months I finally realized that in this small village in Križi, their wish for a doctor's office is actually not a wish, it's a need. Next thing, avoiding manipulations. If we speak about EU financing, my topic is also related to EU financing. In Latvia, people quite often say, you know, these EU funds, they are programmed, but we have totally different needs. believe me, bodies that represent people, NGOs, if they cannot make sure that their wishes are noticed in Latvian or regional planning documents, quite often they go straight to directly to the EU level. And quite often these things that we don't understand are actually the result of these NGOs and various organizations being active at the EU level. The small villages approach, something like that would never have come from Latvia, but this is the source of these changes, and these changes are taking place, and that's a reality. The next thing that is very important at the municipal level is strengthening of local NGOs. Already in cities, in towns, we have communities, district associations, but in villages and smaller towns, we have quite few organizations that focus not only on the target group, like asking for a bus to go for a visit to another municipality, and there are very few who are actually able to analyze data, participate in planning, engage in other participatory measures. There are very few such bodies, but there are still some. For example, the Association of Ādažu Neighborhoods. It has existed just for a short period of time, but has already managed to organize several events that have been very important for Latvia. For example, one recent event was on local residence councils, where even the president was in attendance. And they will also speak about how to improve mobility. And organizations like that should be strengthened, not only by improving their capacity or by looking for new leaders, but we should first see them, recognize them as our partners. And luckily in Ādaži, this is actually the case. And I hope that the local municipality actually sees this potential, because our people in municipalities, these are not just strange communities, strange groups of people. Those who are more educated usually are the most active and involve various people from various groups. Since I don't have much time, I'll be very brief, because the previous speakers already mentioned many things that I also wanted to speak about. So first, we need measurable targets, clear targets, so that the local residents would also be motivated to participate. They would prefer something that is of interest to them, and they would trust such initiatives. We also need transparent and accountable municipality. It's clear that not all wishes and needs can be satisfied right away. But if we invest in communication, and we have municipalities that are able, that can do that, they build this trust in fair and honest dialogue. They just don't say, we will ignore because we don't understand what you want, but what they say is that, we have different priorities, or there are other circumstances that prevent this from happening. Also, we have to diversify financing, because we have not only EU financing, but we also have other agents that can attract financing for various needs. And this pertains not only to structural funds, which are could be described as hard investment, but there are also activities that are related to improving the social capital in municipalities. And though it may sound strange, social capital is one of the most important things, because what people lack is meaningful cooperation between organizations and people in municipalities, and this also pertains to municipal bodies. Sustainable ideas and projects will always meet specific needs. Sometimes we don't even need a working group to generate an idea that we need environmentally friendly and sustainable project and not a polluting project. I think that decision can be made even without public involvement. We have to assess or review the implementation of plans, and we have to review the plans. We have to be ready to adjust and customize instead of saying, you know, come back in 7 years when our planning period is over. Also, we need local economies that motivate the people to work locally and generate values. And the last slide, we have to build a community together with the municipality and other bodies that functions as one totality, as one body. Even celebrations are something that can help to move forward because, for example, a project implemented is a shared success. We can also share our knowledge and we can also share our joy and satisfaction. Thank you. What you said actually inspired me to return to the following idea. Maybe it can serve as an introduction. What actually differentiates? How can you tell which wishes are just wishes and which are true needs? Because we always have more wishes than our capacity and our resources. Is there a tool? And if we speak about design thinking, it's not how to solve the problem correctly, but how to solve the correct problem, the right problem. Yes, this is very relevant, and I have even prepared guidelines. And when I'm asked this question, I always refer to these guidelines, basically how to transform your wishes into needs. But briefly, yes, there are methods. They are well described and recognized, but when we listen to people, when we listen to their wishes and needs, we should be able to dig deep. We should be able to discuss problematic aspects, and then we will find answers. Yes, but that requires time. For example, this doctor's office that you mentioned, how much time did it take to understand which is the right cause and effect tree to find the right solution? It depends on professional competences. In my regular life, sometimes I'm in charge of even less to 20 various working groups, and for me it's already a routine. But who just start using the community building and moderation practices for her, for this lady from Daugavpils, it took half a year. Now let us return to the story on how to match the plans with the resources and abilities and capacities. Of course, municipalities have specific functions that they have to perform, and sometimes people have specific wishes, and sometimes it's not in line with long-term plans. So I would like to ask our panelists, maybe you have some good practice examples, and not only from Poland, but also from other countries, maybe from Norway or some other countries, maybe guests from other countries are ready to share their experiences and their insights. And maybe if you are ready, raise your hand. I don't see anyone looking at me. While you are thinking about this, I will ask about data. Of course, the State Revenue Service always know the best about everything about us, but they never disclose this information. And in Slido.com, we had a question. If we looked at the Office for Citizenship and Migration data and deducted the data from the statistical boards, and maybe we would not have the number of inhabitants in Riga, but the number of inhabitants in Liepāja. So my question is as follows. Can we use data to build our future? Or maybe we have to have the same approach as in Valmiera. They just built their futures themselves because it was not possible to rely on the data. What concerns data and the size of population, if we look at the Latvian levels, then we are missing 150,000 people. It's like a whole region missing. These are declared people, and those who have declared their residence at a specific place do not always live there. The closer we are to Riga, the higher the voter turnout, and the further away the lower. And then we can ask, are the voters more active near Riga, and those who live in the regions are not active at all? I think there is some mismatch or some discrepancy or gaps in data. Of course, there are exceptions, but I think we really have to review these models. Can we have systemic solutions? We would like to invite to look deeper how this data set is formed. If we speak about the size of populations, then we have to understand how we get this data. It's not just a number. Usually it consists of two parts, the natural death and birth rate, and the second part is immigration and emigration data. It's clear that the population size will keep decreasing because of the people just dying, but it doesn't mean that there is no potential for growth. If we look at the kindergarten age, then we will see many Latvian municipalities that have data as good as in Riga. So I would like to invite to dig deeper. Like in the case of GDP, we have to divide these total data into separate elements and see how they will work. What concerns the size of population and the number of people, we have spoken with the State Revenue Service, with the State Social Insurance Agency. Those they claim that they never share, but we still have managed to acquire data from them. We can receive information about residence address. We can maybe also use the mobile phone data. For example, we can measure how many phones are used on a specific square. It's just an algorithm that basically on the basis of specific programming lines basically counts potential number of people. Speaking about data, I think we should also mention AI, as I believe that many AI solutions help to generate data, aggregated data, or individual data. Do you have any vision on how we'll be able to generate better and richer data on who we are? Yes, there is a vision. For example, satellite technologies, social media, but there are also drawbacks because you have to calculate shares. But briefly, yes, there is a vision, and there are specific target groups on which we want to focus. For example, we have already thought about specific companies, and we have to understand how their operations are organized. And I can speak about EU. Currently, the Commission has realized that we actually do not have enough data. and to use this data for policy planning purposes. And due to this, a huge research project has been approved on the generation and use of new types of data in policy planning documents. I hope that this project will be completed in 2 years and we will have this offer. But maybe we'll succeed faster. Just briefly, I would like to add. Maybe I'll give 2 examples, some things that we don't need to do or should not do. For example, we should not request the businesses or municipalities to just send in more reports. This is the bad example, bad practice. The good practice is what I already mentioned. For example, we can use social networks, we can use retail areas, we can count the number of people there, and that's where what we have to consider. If we return to EU structural funds and other EU funds, quite often the projects are just prepared to meet these requirements, and then there have been discussions how much we invest in equipment and hardware and how much in people. At the municipal level, do we need to transform something? Maybe we need to change our regulatory framework to improve this system, or do you think that the framework is already good and we just have to follow the guidelines and then it will be possible to have all the projects approved? So, what are your ideas?
I think that we are over-regulated country. Just recent conversations touched me quite a lot, because we as a municipality, we are developing 2 industrial parks. We have done all the homework. We have fantastic infrastructure, the capacity and everything. And we also took 1 private property. Now we are developing this in the industrial park. We are developing it right now, and we are training on it. And we already have 2 people who are already 5 companies that are working there just before we have finished the project. And then we will continue also with another project. And this is a very large project at our national level, but right now we are struggling a lot because sometimes it seems that it's only us who need it, nobody else. And when I am trying to discuss with institutions how to implement the project, I will not name them. But one day, the head of the development department came to me and said, maybe let's not do this project because it's too hard. Because if we think about various risks that people might take this or steal that or that or that, and all has to be kind of mentioned in the legislation and regulated and so on. But we tend not to think about that we are creating new jobs. People are not leaving. For example, Valmiera is so attractive. Even if it looks like we have negative balance, we have a lot of people who once moved to, for example, UK, and now they have returned. So they are re-immigrated back. They like it here. They have good jobs. They have a good place to live. Everything is good. And right now, also, we launched a program for rental apartments because we had a pilot project and we proved that we need to do it. And thank you to the state institutions that they heard us. But imagine in 2 years we needed to get approval in various offices in Riga, approval for this project. and it took 2 years, but now, after 2 years, life has changed, and for the numbers we had, for the money we had planned, it's not possible to implement the project. So during those 2 years, many things have changed, so we have to be much more flexible. We shouldn't kind of write in the regulations that you go straight and to the left and to the right, and this is not the right way. We are moving to the wrong place. Okay, I will read what we have in slido.com from the audience who are here and also remotely. So many municipalities are not setting goals and planning activities, but they are just designing projects just to receive the money from the EU. So this is one comment. And then also about municipalities. So how much of development is planned by their citizens and how much by the EU funds? So this is a discussion that the money from the EU funds is used for empty sports halls or concert halls and nobody goes there. I don't know whether it's so bad. No, in Latvia, actually, we were not allowed to use the European money for sports halls. But what to do if European money is designed for schools, but this is not municipality's priority? So what do we do? And then another question is, it's interesting how much is achieved if we look at the plans and what's included in plans and how much is really achieved and done. So those are questions we got. And this is a kind of our view, how we see the situation, and we have nice things planned. Maybe, yes, you and Mr. Cimdiņš, you both of you. So where are you planning those empty concert halls? Okay, about this influence of EU funds. Yes, they have been a substantial investment. We started absorbing them in 2004, 2006, and this amount of money, 3 billion, was compared to the budget of the year. But now, of course, our budget is much larger and the proportion is different. So now is the moment when we need to think about the investment policy for our country more. And of course, there will be a certain menu coming from the EU funds. And so it means that a certain amount is directed to these investments. This is not a free choice. This is not our money. So therefore, it's not a free choice. Polish colleague already spoke about it. It's wrong if all development is based on EU funds. And also, if we invest from our resources, for example, in last 3 years, if we look at municipalities, how much, what loans came for municipalities, about more than 100 millions went in 3 years for projects which were not related to EU funds. And so for 3 years, we spent quite a lot of money. And so it means we are able to do it. We have these resources and they are more and more available. So we need to switch to this. And maybe a lot of administrative and public work is devoted to EU funds because there is a supervision, monitoring from outside. But we also need to think about national investment policy. That would also be a solution. There is some, so there is some guaranteed amounts that municipalities can count on. From the perspective of regions, not only Riga, also Latvia, if we look at the planning period and compare, like if we look at the previous period and now, previously it was pretty clear the tendency, whether we plan looking at available funds or needs. Because right now, in this period, we are more planning based on needs. Previously, we just looked what is available in the EU funds and then transformed to the specific territory. So right now the situation is becoming better, more high quality. But we have to be aware of the development strategies, like I spoke about Riga region, for example. That we need to have this vision directed by needs and wishes. But then also we have a total development plan, and there are specific things mentioned. So we cannot write in an investment plan something that is not possible. So how much we are allowed to dream, how much territories can differ from one another. And this is what I was telling you about in my presentation. So the key of success is to balance those needs from the accountancy perspective in Excel file. Also looking at this perspective of whole country, what Riga needs, what this more remote region needs, and to balance those needs and also possibilities that we get from the EU funds. This is a global comment. Another thing is our own capital that we could try to rearrange. For example, in my story, I was speaking about this financial balance fund, which actually is not working very well because in this context of metropole, there are less payers and more receivers and so on. So yeah, we need to look at these instruments, possible instruments from our own capitals. This is my vision. Okay, thank you. And Mr. Trutkovsky, please.
To elaborate on that and give you the example from Poland, but I see the experiences are quite similar here. There was this mayor of the municipality close to Warsaw, and he started to build this cultural center. And the municipality is located just 5 kilometers from the Warsaw border, okay? And this cultural center would cost like 5 million euros, and he was insisting on building it. He achieved the total division of the society, half and half. People were mad at him, and once I asked him, why do you forcing these cultural centers? You don't have the money in the budget to run the center after it is built, first of all. And he said, well, there wasn't money for culture. If there would be money for sport, I would build a sport ground, you know, things like that. So in this sense, the EU funds may make some of the mayors blind. And that's what I meant when I said that development plans are not the declarations of flexibility. So some people try to put everything in the strategy, so in case the funds are available, they can reach for these funds. So this is not the way. And one more thing is about, I was really pleased to hear about Valmier. It is a very interesting example. And,
it's a mistake, as you've heard.
Yeah, and this is also coming back to the first question just after my presentation, because it relates. There is a town which is called Wyszków in Poland, and they have a very good mayor. And he had this dilemma when he came to the office, how to create the development of the municipality. And he had different plots of grounds located in different parts of the town, very difficult to use. So what he did, he changed the office into a real estate company. He was buying and selling different plots of ground. So at the end, he put every resources in one place and then started to build the economic zone in the municipality. But to achieve this, you have to have the vision, to set the priority, and have to have the vision, what exactly do you want to achieve? Not to say, okay, we will use any existing resource. So this is how you conduct, and this is why you should conduct a local diagnosis. Be aware of your resources, and then utilize those resources into a specific plan.
Thank you.
I also would like to add that we managed in one project I will not say publicly in which project, but if anybody is interested, come to me and I will tell you. So there was a project, there was a state plan, national plan, what has to be built and what we need to achieve and so on. Valmiera municipality didn't agree. But there was a condition that in all regions, everybody should have it. But we disagreed. And as a result, these indicators, result indicators were changed, and we signed this contract as a last municipality because all municipalities had to sign this contract by 1st of January, and right now we are building something that is really needed for our community and our municipality. So there are also such examples. If we talk about involvement of public in also planning and planning for structural fund, and we heard examples from very powerful municipalities that have employees with resources and they are able and courageous enough to object against some plans. But think about just NGOs and public, some organizations and their ability to speak up. Even though we have some supervision committees and monitoring committees, and I participate in some of them, but the level of discussion and this initial planning for something that is intended to be for the population, this planning and opportunities for people to involve in these processes are very, very few. So they basically, we are talking about this participation. Basically, they cannot involve. There are a lot of structure, governing institutions like Ministry of Finance and other ministries and other. And for example, if there is a group of people that needs to have this center where they could work, for example, together remotely, and they have a certain need, but they get very low opportunities how to do it, because they can do it through the municipality, but if there is not well-developed system how we react to the needs, specific needs of certain locations and needs of people, if we don't establish this practice, then in the future it's not going to be a very good situation in the future. Thank you for participants, panelists, and I will conclude this discussion with TEDx story where Martin Luther King and Wright brothers were integrated. So the main message is that I see municipalities where they have implemented it. So what was the basic idea? The basic idea is that you can achieve the best results if you have followers, but you can get followers only if you have a dream. Because if you have just a plan, it is not a very luring perspective. So I have a dream, not I have a plan. So, okay, thank you. Now we have 15 minutes break. So see you in 15 minutes. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to welcome you third time for this conference, and we will have one panel discussion before awards ceremony. Just a short statistics that in 2022, 12 municipalities carried out assessment of their work, how well they are in line with principles of good governance. And this project was done together with 16 member states of the Council of Europe, and in Lithuania it was already done the year before. And in a panel discussion that we will have in a minute, we will get to know about methodology of the Council of Europe, and also we will get information about data from municipalities and how well these municipalities are doing. And right now we will have quite a few of representatives of your municipality who will answer about their situation and also benefits they received from this assessment. So I'm asking to join Mr. Barber as a panelist on the stage. I'm also asking the researcher from Providus, Mrs. Agnes Friedenberger. Yes, please come here. Atis Segliņš-Eglītis, also, please, you are invited to join us. And Kristīna Melece. Kristīna, we want to see you as well. Aris Vucāns, please join us. Thank you for being here. Antra Brūna, we want to see you as well here among our panelists. Anita Škutāne. Also, your presence is needed here. And Edgar Spaič, please come here as well. But first of all, I will give the floor to John Barber, who is the expert in implementation of this excellency. And so we will hear what is this label of governance excellence.
With the presentation, a couple of slides, I suppose. Yep, you're welcome. The clicker is there.
Thank you, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here. As we nudge towards another ELOJ award ceremony, I can feel the excitement starting to gather because this is an important milestone. But I'm here today just to give you a bit more of an insight for those that haven't been exposed to the European label of governance excellence, ELOJ, to give you a bit of a taste of what it's really all about. But let me start with an example. In another country about 2 years ago, we had a launching event. And I spoke to an elected representative, a mayor, and he said to me, I don't need to do a survey of the public because I was voted to tell you what their views are. I felt uncomfortable with that. Row forward about 6 months and the end of the process. I saw the same mayor at the closing ceremony, and I said to him, what have you got out of this process? And he said, it's been brilliant. He said, I now need to find new ways to understand the views of the citizens. That was a defining moment. That is leadership. And that's really what ELOJ is all about. Who can argue about the need for improving public services and meeting the challenges that our communities have faced? What ELOJ and its 12 principles, and you've seen them before, they're on the left-hand side of that, right-hand side of that slide. You've seen the 12 principles, but what are they really aiming to do? First, they're aiming to increase participation and to really address what Alina said in her opening speech, and that's reverse the backslide in democracy, which we have seen all across Europe. ELOJ is about increasing effectiveness, meeting the rising expectations of the communities local government serves. Let's not forget, local government is the closest form of government to the community. It needs to be agile. And let's not forget the challenges local government have had, whether they be fiscal, the pandemic, or the effects of migration. Local government needs to be agile to meet the needs of of those challenges. And really good leadership means good governance. It all ties together. And finally, it's about increased coherence. And it's not only between local and national government. I think Siobhan made that very clear this morning in her presentation. But to explore new forms of collaboration between public, private sector, the voluntary sector, etc. We are all working to meet the needs of our community. So for those that have not really been exposed to ELOGE previously, what is the process? I'm going to walk you through it in about 2 minutes. First of all, we set up an accredited entity in the country where we're going to be rolling out ELOGE. And that body is really about overseeing the implementation, because it is quite a demanding process. And I'm sure you'll hear from the rest of the panel this afternoon the challenges they've been through, but worthwhile challenges, I would argue. It's important that we contextualise the benchmark. These are the 12 principles and the underpinning activities and indicators that support it. There are challenges. Sometimes it's quite hard to get municipalities to be involved in the first round, some apprehension about being involved. Sometimes we do get quite a lot of applicants, but we have to make decisions on who is going to be selected to take part and who isn't. And that becomes more profound as we undertake further rounds of ELOGE. We also train and support local experts to work with municipalities so that they can support them through the self-evaluation phase. And this is demanding. It's demanding of elected representatives, and it's demanding of the senior officers and staff within a municipality. They are all busy. This could be seen as another burden, but it's an important process to go through. There are also surveys that are undertaken, not only surveys of citizens, but of staff and other elected representatives. Although they're not scored, they do support the self-assessment. And then, of course, at the end of the process, there is the award of the label. I wouldn't call it the end of the process, though, because what happens next, I think, is arguably the most important. And that is very much about improvement planning and continuing this journey of continuous improvement. And in terms, when we talk about continuous improvement, the Council of Europe is doing just that with the European label. We are refreshing the benchmark, and we'll see a new version of it come out later on this year. And yesterday we were very lucky in having over 12 countries sitting around the table and giving us feedback on how we can refine and change it, because we need to be agile as well. There's a clear roadmap for delivering ELOGE, from setting it up to adapting and contextualising the benchmark, engaging and selecting municipalities, that self-evaluation phase, because each and every one of those principles and the indicators that fit underneath them are scored. We score them on a scale of 1 to 4, where you're either performing very well against it or otherwise. And it is a difficult process. Sometimes we see municipalities that are overly generous about what they are scoring themselves, and that's where the surveys sometimes come in very handy. You can sometimes find a disjoint between a self-assessment score and the views of citizens and others. The benchmark itself, let's give you an example on the screen. Obviously there's 12 of them in total. I've just taken principle 3 here, which is about efficiency and effectiveness. And it talks about performance management. And I've chosen this as an example because this is one of them where when we contextualize the benchmark, we have to sometimes change the language because the use of the term performance management does mean very different things in different countries. But it very much, as you can see on the screen, it very much looks at how do we measure how effective local government is at monitoring and measuring its own performance? What outputs and outcomes is it delivering for citizens? And the same applies for all those benchmarks, all the principles within the label. Just a moment on surveys. And I've given you an example there from a different country. This shows the survey of staff and how they feel about performance management. You can see there's quite a mixed review about whether they feel their performance is monitored at all. This gives real insight for elected representatives and real insight for leaders within local government. It gives them the opportunity to really reflect on how well they are running their organisations. Sometimes it's an affirmation of what they're already doing and doing very well. Other times there's an opportunity to do something differently. So in summary, I don't think it's the award of the label, as we're going to find out later on this afternoon, is the most important aspect of this. It's what happens next. It's about the action plans. It's about the sharing of good practice. And that's something we need to think about, how we do share good practice, not only within Latvia, but across other countries that are all going through this same process. When you leave today, I'd like you to ask yourself 3 questions. Do you think those 12 principles are the core pillars of delivering good governance? If you say no, please think again. Do you work in a municipality, or do you live in a municipality which is excellent in every single one of those 12 principles? If you think you do, please think again. So the final question I'd like you to ask yourselves: what on earth is stopping you engaging and embracing the European label of good governance as a vehicle, as a tool to improve the services that citizens deserve? We've heard some brilliant presentations today. I'm really excited about the next session. I'm particularly excited about the award of the benchmark to Latvian municipalities. And can I just take this opportunity to say a big well done to everybody that's been involved in the process here in Latvia. I have learned an awful lot here, and I learn every time we roll out the ELOJ benchmark. And I'm sure, as I've just started to work with our Finnish partners, I'll be learning more from them. But take an opportunity to reflect, take an opportunity to congratulate yourself, but take an opportunity to continue improving, because your work is important. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barber. Paldies par šo stāstu. Jā,
Thank you for the story. Yes, we really need to think twice, and I did exactly that. And I think one of the elements of good governance is saying thank you for the small things. That is very, very valuable. And food is quite important in our lives. And I would like to say thank you for the nice food, and say that we are today fed by Big B Cafe, which employs people with disabilities. So, assessing governance, what does it mean for the local governments? Now I would like to give the floor to the next panelist, Agnese Friedenberga. Agnese was also in the working group, and she participated in the assessment of local governments, and we will be able to find out about the results, how this project was implemented, how you were persuaded or not persuaded. Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear friends from municipalities, I can safely claim that the number of my friends has greatly increased, because I can now go to 7 municipalities and always feel at home. Before I disclose the results, I will admit that I will still hide something from you, because we still have the award ceremony today, and what you will not find out today from me, or right now from me, is which municipalities will receive this label. What you will find out is how many good municipalities with good governance we have in Latvia, how we proceeded with this process, but that will also be told by colleagues to the left. So let us start with my presentation. In April 2022, as an NGO, as a think tank, we were accredited with the Council of Europe. We became an accredited body that can actually perform such ELOJ assessment. We published a call for proposals for and here you can see 11 municipalities express their interest. The gray ones are those that actually submitted a proposal, and the orange ones are those who completed this process. And I would like to say thank you to all the municipalities who showed interest, who expressed interest but did not complete the project. But of course, also huge thank you to those who completed the process. And particular thank you I really would like to offer to them. As you see, there were municipalities from all regions of Latvia, from Kurland, from Semigalia, from Latgalia, so quite good coverage. My municipality, Ropaži municipality, actually did not complete the process, but I hope that they will consider another attempt. In other member states of the Council of Europe, usually there is an expert group that consists of two large subgroups. One subgroup includes those who really work in practice with these issues. That was me, together with my colleagues. But we also had great assistants, and we called them a supervisory board that represented 7 large organizations, bodies, and companies. And they were tasked with supervising the quality of this process. They had to verify that our guidelines are clear, that they are relevant. So I would like to say thank you to Ilze Oša from Varam, to Iveta Reinholde, Aris Adlers, Andres Graf, Ilta Kalniņa, and Kristīna Kinče, and many others. As you see, Edgars Karčagins also, as you see, they represent very important bodies and authorities like the ministries, the University of Latvia, and State Audit Office, and so on. So we actually went through each and every file. We looked at all the evidence. We looked at all the information that has been sent to us. And the supervisory board made the decision on who will be the awardees of this label. As John just said, this is the self-assessment process of municipalities. Of course, it's a guided process. There is a specific methodology. It is done by us, our accredited body, and basically, the municipalities could assign grades to themselves from 0 to 4. 4 is the highest score, and 0 is the lowest. For example, when the municipality faces huge problems with that particular aspect. So being aware of the fact that this is basically a self-assessment exercise, and that this exercise is based on the system of internal values of the local government, they had to consider, reflect on their current circumstances, their current progress. And to monitor this process, we conducted several surveys. And the purpose of these surveys was a sort of check and balances system. We tried to understand whether the self-assessment is actually real. It is the assessment results are actually confirmed by the actual situation. And there were a few surprises in this process, because not always people see what the municipality sees, and maybe sometimes the employees do not have the same opinion as the municipality. So what is the average score? If we look at all 12 principles. So we have 12 principles. All the municipalities have to complete the same process. There is trainings, there is advice available. So the average score is 3.38 points if we include all 12 principles. As you know, the maximum score is 4, so we are almost as good as Finland, which was quite surprising, a pleasant surprise. But maybe let us look at details. So, the 12 good governance principles. Here you can see the total score for the 6 municipalities that are here on stage. As it was said in Latvian, on the table. No, they are on stage. They are ready to answer your questions. Here we can see the problematic areas and we can see real strengths. I would like to remind us that this is the total score that includes self-assessment and other assessments. So these results demonstrate to us the strengths and weaknesses. First, Principle 10, good financial management, is one of the highest scorers. And here probably we have to say thank you to the State Audit Office from the 5th Audit Division, or how it was called. But thank you anyway. You have really trained the municipalities well, because the feelings, the opinions that the municipalities have and the evidence that they have provided also demonstrate that financial management is not really a problem. Maybe if you as accountants looked into this, maybe you would find some faults, but we thought that it was quite good. The second best principle is human rights. This principle entails that the municipality sees and hears all kinds of people living in its territory, including those that are not active, is able to hear their needs, is able to offer services or maybe something else that they need. The third highest scorer is responsibility principle. It means, or it describes how decisions are made in municipalities, whether it's done responsibly, whether the decisions are made by the duly authorized officials. If we look at the lowest scores, then I was really unpleasantly surprised that the municipalities thought that the public participation principle is really problematic. We already heard during some of the previous presentations that the people really have many opportunities, and we studied the opportunities for participation, and it just seems that the public really has these opportunities, but the municipalities saw this as one of the problematic areas. The second most problematic principle is principle number 7, internal skills and capacities of local governments, which is quite worrying because this principle is very important, but the score is quite low. As Aris said, these are real people, real individuals who actually do the job on the ground. And if there is no capacity and if the employees are not skilled enough, that could lead to serious problems. Third lowest score, ability to innovate. I was also surprised because having read the evidence, I was surprised, in Bauska they have this, or Cēsis they have this, or Liepājas they have that. But maybe for municipalities, these innovations and desire to be innovative, they take it for granted, and maybe they want to be even more innovative, and that's why the score is so relatively low, because we see that municipalities already do a lot of things that are innovative. So, conclusions and trends. If we look at the self-assessment results and the results of various surveys and questionnaires, we can conclude in some cases we saw that the local residents had very different opinions than the self-assessment report. Generally, the residents are more critical. The second most critical are employees, but councillors think that everything is fine and they do even more than they should. So let us look at the 12 good governance principles in local governments, the view of the residents, the views of the residents. The blue line represents agreement with a specific statement that was included in the survey. And options were agree, do not agree, difficult to say, cannot tell. So blue is agree, orange is disagree, and the gray brownish one is difficult to say, cannot answer. So public participation, if you remember, the municipalities found this a problematic area, but the local residents thought that this is not problematic, not so much or not as problematic as local governments claimed. Long-term planning had quite a good score in the local government results, but the residents, on the other hand, thought that their interests are not taken into account, and they did not feel that the municipality is doing that great what concerns this principle. We also see that there are specific concrete trends in the employee surveys, something that actually differs from the opinion of the local government. Quite often the local government thinks that specific areas are not problematic, but employees have a differing opinion. So here you can see the scores from the employee surveys. As you see, there are many more positive answers. Public participation is probably the best of them, or the second best. So employees think that the local residents have an opportunity to be involved in the decision-making, but the local governments, on the other hand, think that this principle is problematic because it received the lowest score. The second best or the first best, human rights, at least in the opinion of employees. And in this case, employees and the local government have the same opinion. Both parties, both sides believe that the local government is able to respect the human rights. But what we as researchers are concerned about, if we merge all of these data or compare all of these data, so what concerns us is the scores for two very important aspects, namely lawful and ethical conduct by local governments. And what do we see here? The local governments think that the score is quite low. What concerns lawfulness, the same applies to ethics. and only approximately 1/3 of local residents agree that the local municipalities act for the benefit of the entire society and not just some individuals. So most people believe that there are ethical problems and there are problems with the rule of law, and only a small share of people would agree that the local government treats everyone equally and fairly. 1 in 3 employees would agree that the local government treats everyone fairly and equally, irrespective of whether the respective person has any links or any relation with an employee of the local government or its councillors. The good news is that this problem is finally identified. The colleagues have really measured and reviewed those aspects, and I hope the next review will return better results. And now I will show a slide with results from the point of view of local governments. But you'll not be able to find out who will receive the award to maintain some suspense. So you have to wait until 5. So 5 of the 7 Latvian municipalities will receive the European Good Governance Excellence label. 2 municipalities will have to improve their operations because their results were not convincing or convincing enough for the supervisory board to agree to grant this label. I will not show for a long time so that you would not be able to calculate who is the winner, but these are the results. So what we see here in this summary table, that there are some local governments that have assigned 4 points to some aspects, to some principles, like in Cēsis and Valmiera. We also see municipalities that have been very critical. The lowest score is 2.25 for Jelgava municipality. We also have 2.4. So we see that this is the current state, current progress in local governments. We see to what extent the local governments have been able to implement good governance principles. The good news is that this ELOG adventure will most probably be repeated. And this is the first document that we'll put into our folder, and maybe in 2 or 5 or 10 years, we'll be able to compare and see what the progress has been. Yes, colleagues, this is the result. For detailed results, please go to our homepage. Please don't open before the award ceremony, because then you'll find out who the winner is or who the winners are. But again, I would like to say thank you to the municipalities for trusting us, for being ready for this adventure, for being ready to answer our numerous emails, calls, and Zoom sessions. Thank you to the Council of Europe. Thank you to the colleagues who offered this opportunity to us. This is a unique opportunity, and as I heard yesterday, it has been implemented in 21 member states, so we are among those 21 member states. This was our unique opportunity to learn, and I hope that during the next round, during the next stage, you will act as mentors to the next municipalities. You'll be able to teach them how to properly complete this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Agnes. And now let us listen to your experience. Starting from the beginning, like at school, that parents used to say that school is cool, but in reality it wasn't like that. So please take the mic, or I can give it to you. I will be courageous. Let us start with you. So please tell us, how was this process? How difficult? What enjoyment did you get from it? So how was it? Hello, heads of the municipalities, employees of Providus, and also participants of this conference. Good governance, what is it? It is a pyramid that starts with households, well-governed households, municipalities, and the state. And here I will speak about municipalities. So why did we agree, or why did you choose to participate in this event? It was hard to say no? No. Generally, now we live in this age of information, and I must say that the flow of information, actually, municipality, this is a flow of information that comes all the time, and sometimes it turns into noise. And heads of the leading municipalities in Latvia said that sometimes this information is destructive and not so positive, and it helped us to understand where we are. So this is the reason why we participated at this event. And about the results, maybe in the next round. But how did you succeed? Was it easy? Was it hard? Something that you didn't expect, or also some homework you had to do? Please elaborate a little bit more, because we have to encourage others as well. If Preļi municipality will not be among the winners, I would consider this with joy. And because it would be a bit strange and weird to think that this municipality that were created out of 3.5 municipalities in Latgale, that we would be one of the best governed in the state, then it would mean there is something wrong in our municipalities in general. But basically what we have discovered during these years, and I, as a new head of the municipality, I appreciate and I respect that we have so many good examples in state and the national level, and I really respect, and I try to learn from those good examples, because in the beginning of the conference there was a question, what is a good municipality? And it's easier to, of course, to say what is not good governance. It's easier to speak, and we can talk a lot about failures, and we can criticize, and there are sometimes for these negative things, it's easier to come out. But here, during today's event, we had heard a lot of good ideas. And okay, but now how we succeeded. So we had 4 municipalities, and then they were united together, and there were politicians with different views, and it was chaotic and disorganized. The first half of year was very, very difficult. But slowly, step by step, we found the ways how to proceed. So that's thank you very much to Providus. No, Providus connected to this later, but all this time of researching and also analyzing and gathering data, it was actually as a solution for us, because I found the value in the process itself. We are, as a central administration, we started to have better communication. We started to understand each other better. We had the better cooperation, and the first results we already see in our administration, and this is one of our indicators, because one side is this internal planning and organization, and another is communication with our residents. And I saw that those results were not so good. Okay. Okay, now let's go to Liepāja, from Preili to Liepāja town. So, what was the largest, most significant benefit? And maybe you can also speak about this discrepancy between how you think, how you are doing, and what others think. Because when you look in the mirror, you might think, oh, I'm looking quite good. But then you ask others, and they're like, not so good. Thank you for this opportunity. Initially, when we agreed to participate in this project, like you said in the beginning, and 12 principles, we were like, oh, okay, we will manage to look at them and to study them. But then we received methodology, and we understood that we need to develop our own system to be able to understand and to understand how fill in these forms content-wise. So this amount of work increased significantly. It was really getting more and more. But we decided that, okay, we have started it, we'll go to the end, till the principle 12. And we were forced in a very short time to focus and to look at ourselves, our processes, and not only within the central administration, but also according to the methodology, we needed to look at agencies and institutions of the municipality, because that actually expanded this field of information. And we discovered quite a lot. We reminded to ourselves quite a few good things that we are doing. So, but how did you come? How did you decide to participate? Did you volunteer, or you got an order? My line manager is one who received an email, and it came from Providus, one employee, and with a question, can you do it? And we also asked the mayor, do we agree as a municipality? Are we prepared for this? And both our mayors, our leaders said, yes, let's try it out. Did they participate in this? They were cheering us. They saw all the piles of documents we had to fill in. And we needed to print them out to be able to understand. You used quite a lot of paper. Yeah, but we are also participating in a project paperless, so we are not printing these documents anymore. So those folders in the computers are quite large, and our heads, they have received, they know all our assessments and what we have summarized, because as soon as we answered all the questions, we summarized everything. We have a book with 180 pages electronically available to all employees in the municipality about what we have discovered. So we have organized all these answers to the questions in a nice way. And we also created a short introduction on what it is, what we were doing, and what type of questions they answered. Of course, not all the questions, not all the indicators, but just the main ones. And so our heads, the mayor was also able to read it, to get acquainted, to see what are good examples, what are our conclusions, and what we are able to do better. So in 180 pages, you have described what you learned? No, just what we submitted. What we submitted within this project, all the descriptions about each principles, but without these addendums. And you learned something. Yes, we learned. So what is the greatest lesson? The cooperation between ourselves, conversations. This is most important. Communication also with our residents, which is very important, and our clients, why we exist. We can do a lot electronically. We can do a lot remotely, but conversation face-to-face, of course, is the most powerful. Therefore, we organize groups of discussions, and we also started doing it when we were drafting development plan. We were involving residents so that they can feel that they are listened to. And also, we have a mobile app in Liepāja city, and there is an opportunity for our residents to ask questions and express their opinions, and they get answers to their questions. And also, we give information about some current news, and also the head of our municipality goes to each suburb and meet local residents and discuss things. And now let's go back to the Vidzeme region, Valmiera and Cēsis. Kristīne. Valmiera participated in this project with a specific task. We had a task to participate. And while our mayor was still thinking whether to participate or not, and during this process, this request went also to the public relationship department, and they decided that, yeah, it's a task and we need to participate. So there was a little bit of miscommunication, but during the regional administrative reform, there were various opinions whether things are done fast enough and well enough. And this was challenging for us because in this reform, everything was still in the process, and it might seem that everything is not working very well because we were just building the management, we are making the processes more efficient, and also our employees had just started working together, some of them. And so we had quite a lot of challenges. But the biggest benefit was to use this project and use this opportunity when a new municipality is created to stop for a moment and look at these processes when we are creating something, to look at them from the side. So to assess, to evaluate, to look at ourselves, and also see how our population, our residents are assessing us and how they are feeling in this process of changes. Because process of changes is something nobody feels comfortable at. Even this process has a very positive aim and positive task. So how large was the task force and how enthusiastic were your employees? So how they became passionate? It's like, is it really that municipality is like, oh, we have nothing to do, finally we have something to do? Yeah, employees were super happy. No, it's of course the opposite. They were not happy because of the reform, we already had a lot to do. But the good news is that the role of moderator was played by communicators, and employees already were used to it, that we go to them, we ask them questions, and this was success factor, that colleagues were open And these technical things and summarizing was done by communicators. But assessment and looking for evidence, it was done by employees. And thank you to our colleagues, because they were overloaded and they still found opportunities and resources to look at their work and processes in the municipality from a side, from the new angle, using this methodology. And I believed that for us, participation in this project still helps us, because we are analyzing processes, we are telling each other what, in our opinion, is not working well. We also have quality management system and task force. We have meetings where we discuss those issues. And what also motivated us is that we may not, we shouldn't lose this opportunity stepping into the shoes of our residents. We are also residents of municipalities. Our children go to schools and we are living here. So to bring back this feedback, how we as employees are feeling as residents, and what are the things we notice and what could be improved. Okay, thank you. And now, talking about those roads, it looks like that municipality employees, when they walk some kind of road and they see it, they think it's a good one, because you can go to your neighboring region or neighboring, for example, county, and you see that it is even worse. So maybe you have this drive. So okay, why I'm saying this, I want to encourage others. I know when my municipality jumped off this project and why it happened, but so what can you say to encourage? I am not sure if I can encourage, because it was 3 times when we also almost left this project. And we received another chart, and again, and it seemed that we already filled it in, and then again we need to fill it in. I was trying to remember the process, and it's like in a fog. I remember there were some Excel charts. It was the COVID pandemic, sort of things remotely. And we felt that we had filled in these charts already, and then you open it and you see it's empty again, and it seems that you are again and again writing the same. But since 2018, we regularly surveyed our residents and asked whether they trust the municipality. And we had high indicators. More than 80% said yes, they trusted. But after the reform, it dropped to 60% or even 50%. So it means that we need to increase trust in our work. So this initiative is one of the ways how to try to understand where are our weaknesses, where are our strengths, what we need to do. We are still having this job to be done of data analysis, because during the previous panel discussion, while mayors were talking, up there we were discussing about opportunity tomorrow and day after tomorrow to have a big screen for our residents to watch ice hockey, and then where to buy it and how to do it. Yeah, but remember, this is also the subject of the copyright broadcasting of this ice hockey. Yeah, I will tell about it. So we are cooperating with entrepreneurs for whom everything is already done, everything is arranged with copyrights and so on. So whether the question is, do we have a good governance? In our budget, basically, we don't have money assigned for the rent of these screens and so on. So what do we do? So maybe some entrepreneurs help us, and we will give them opportunity to sell alcohol or something, and this will be gained for them. But I took this risk on myself and also the deputy executive head, and we decided that on Monday that we will do it, and then on Monday we will think how to solve this, all these numbers and everything. Yes, this is the way how we work. Okay, and now let's send the mic to Anita, to Jelgava. So I would like to understand how you went through this process. Did you have this breaking point? Did you want to drop out at certain point? I got to this survey, this assessment, the same way as colleagues as a result of reform, because we understood that after the reform, the management, the governance was different if we compare before the reform. And so we understood that we need to assess where we are, at which point. Is it bad or very bad? And so therefore we agreed to participate. We took another route. We didn't form a task force, working groups, because it was COVID time. So we just tried to understand who could be those departments and people who are capable in the most adequate way to answer the questions in the surveys. And so we distributed surveys to specific departments so that they fill in the chapters which are their responsibility, and we also tried to involve all the involved parties. So we were not like supervisors who all the time is checking what is happening, but we just gave time to people, to departments, for them to fill in. Of course, they were not happy about this in the beginning. They were asking, so why do we need these additional activities? What will we get from this? But we were keeping we are kept explaining to them, and then people, maybe they didn't become super enthusiastic, but they filled them in with great responsibility. And it was interesting that there was a question that whether you do this or not, and it's easy to say yes or no, but it was a bit harder to find the evidence. Which evidence was the most hardest to find? That we need to ask specific people who filled it in. But it was we were trying to be democratic, and we were not like supervisors all the time standing behind their shoulders. And but we had cooperation between departments, and I believe that our assessment was the lowest related to innovations. It's not that in Jelgava we don't have any innovations, but we looked at this process of innovations in the long term, because there are a lot of projects we have done good and innovative things, but whether we, after the project, we still continue in using those innovations. So why we had such a low rating number in this is because sometimes we tend not to use those innovations after the projects. Yeah, but very often there are discussions in our society, also in various tech conferences, what are innovations. So there are different perspectives. So you were quite clear. Yes. Okay, next, Bauska. Like colleagues said already before, this administrative territory reform was one of the factors which made us to participate, and also assessment of our residents, because we have a new structure, a new order, and like today, the Ombudsman already explained what is the principle of good governance, and is it according to the national public administration law or a bit wider. So this was an opportunity for us to look from the wider angle at more to have these more detailed questions. And why it seemed that those questions were repetitive is that the principles were the same, but from the different angles. Or maybe in those charts there was some kind of trick. No, the worst case scenario was that half a day you are filling in one document and then it's not saved and you lose the data and then it's like despair. It's like for the students when you are writing the bachelor's paper and don't save it properly and then you lose all of it. Yes, so for some employees it was like, and we had deadlines and we needed to by the end of year to revise all these binding provisions, and then comes the end of year and you need to give reports to so many institutions and also to answer whether the reform was good. And then in parallel to that, we are also giving good news to the employees that will participate in one more project. But of course, when we explained to them, we understood that we are on the right track. We have developed a new structure. It's not going to be easy and fast. But right now, we have revised some regulations already, because this is an example how you can assess and evaluate what you have done. And we were developing these binding provisions and codes of ethics and so on, and the criteria were included, and so we were able to take them into account. And I believe that all of us are improving ourselves. You start from yourself, your family, and then go wider and wider. So you have better understanding, better governance, organization. You can understand better what the residents are thinking. From Slido, so why after the reform the management doesn't know about needs of some counties that were also put together in this one administrative territorial unit, that the interests of population are less taken into account in those maybe some other counties. So was this participation in this assessment did it help you to understand better opinions of residents? Yes, I believe this summary, of course, we will summarize it and assess it, and we will see where are differences between what the municipality thinks and what these residents think, and where is the problem? It doesn't work, or there is a problem with communication, or maybe there is no feedback between municipality and residents, and how to change it. So this will help us, and I believe that over there might be some problems to get to have this higher awareness, so that there is not an impression among residents that employees of municipality are just drinking coffee all day long and doing nothing, and this is something we need to think about, and there should be closer cooperation and link between municipalities and the ministry, because it seems that we live in different clouds. We are not going hand in hand, but it seems sometimes that, like colleagues said, that you are working with residents on a daily basis. You know their problems. And ministries also should have a closer look at those things, and also to facilitate processes and not to make them too complicated. Of course, we always want to be like that. Okay, would we send and ask ministries also to fill in such assessment? And then you ask the ministry themselves, you ask municipalities, you ask residents, you ask also NGOs and public organizations. Yes, this is what I was actually thinking when I was listening, that in this way we could also see how the opinion of municipalities differ from the opinion of ministries, and maybe that would help to bridge the gap between municipalities and also the ministry. So, colleagues, where is this biggest gap between your own opinion and opinion of the residents?
If we look at these principles, I see three key principles. As we live in a democratic country, I'm really happy that human rights have scored quite high, and we have elections, and reporting is transparent. Also, the rule of law, I think, is very, very important, undeniably, because that lies at the basis of the whole of good governance. Also, if we look at the economic side, smart use of finances is very important as well. For me, this is the main supporting triangle for everything. I think I personally and the City Council in general have really tried to comply with all the laws and regulations. Maybe the employees may have a different view and the residents could have a different view. And I think these results could have been affected by the 2022 outbreak of the war. That actually made us to adjust many approaches to economic aspects of our operations. From Preli, Municipal Council, and I think the foundations are quite good. But what we find concerning is innovation, openness to change, which is probably a sort of a psychological block. Also, I'm worried about the lack of skills and capacities, and also the sustainability. If we don't have the former, the sustainability could also be problematic. So I think that's why maybe we are in a more difficult situation than we would have wanted. And also, as Mr. Adler just said, the residents, yes, they do assess, but their assessment is maybe not really impartial. Because if we look at the processes during the last 3-4 years, all of that was affected by the COVID crisis, by the war crisis, in the source of the global technological development. And I think colleagues were more than 100% loaded, but the people always maybe see this, just the stress and these problems. So I think that's why there is a discrepancy in the scores. Colleagues, would you like to add at the end of our panel discussion? Agnes, you just provided the statistical data, but I am more interested in feelings and emotions. You were in the working group, were active in the working group, and you could see quite well which were the hardest moments. For example, provision of evidence. What was the strangest evidence that was piece of evidence that was provided? Maybe you can speak more about this emotional process. I was very, very happy that there was a mayor of the municipality was a part of the team. It was a wow moment for me. I really appreciated that because I thought that mayors usually have more important things to do and they would never participate. But I think this was really great, and thank you to you for that. There were also moments when I saw that the municipalities have become tired because the methodology is not so easy. You have to prepare tables. It's not like simple reports to the State Revenue Service. Here you are faced with researchers who are just following each and every number and ask difficult questions. I think the hardest moment was when local governments provided more than 2,000 pieces of evidence, and at that moment, when we started reviewing those pieces of evidence, the most difficult was to answer to the question, so what? You have provided agreements and instructions and whatever, but you have not answered this question. And then we called colleagues in CESIS, for example, and said, everything looks nice, but so what? Yes, you have provided fantastic evidence. You have a mobile library, and so what? Do people use it? So next time, if it is possible, if we are supported by the Council of Europe, then we'll definitely engage with the local governments to demonstrate them from the very beginning what we are looking for. Basically, this process, actually, the aim of this process is to demonstrate how you implement these requirements and how that changes the life of people. Yes, for us as researchers, of course, these technical and formalistic requirements are important. But if, let's say, the local residents' councils are just formal and nothing happens, they are not actually involved in the real-life decisions, then we cannot say that the principle has been implemented. And we had a lot of discussion in the research team. And we try to understand whether the evidence actually proves that there have been substantial changes in the lives of local residents, or in how the municipality operates, or are the employees really happy that there is yet another instruction? So this question, so what, is of utmost importance. And I hope that colleagues also learned from this process. And thank you for the good assessment and good words. It's very important to look at yourself and to understand whether those millions of documents, whether they really allow us to achieve the target. Because eventually we want the people to be happy. We want the investments to be made where they are needed. We want that, let's say, swimming pool where all of us go to swim and not just some who can do that. Thank you. Thank you again to all of you for this great adventure. I would also like to say thank you to our panelists from CESIS, Valmiera, Preļļi, Liepāja, Jelgava, and Bauska. Most of our heroes are on the stage. This question, so what, is great in English, and it allows us to answer to the question, why? And probably this is the most important question in the world. Thank you to our panelists. And now we'll have a short break. At 5, we will start the award ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, you are asked to move out because we have to rearrange this room. If you are watching us online, the streaming will end now. Thank you for staying with